All right, let me know if you all seen my Excel file. You all there? Not seen it. Let's reshare the screen. What about now? Still? Yeah. All right. Okay. Good. 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 All right. I'm not sure what went on there, but see what at least you all seen it. So, let's say we wanted to join Kelly Elzu, see we on sheet 01. I was asking how you typically do it. In the old days, you would have to use either the concatenate formula, or I would have tend to use the ampersand sign, the and sign. So be equal to Kelly, ampersand sign L, ampersand sign Zoo. All right, and that will give you the full name here. But what was the problem with this? So if you use concat or you use ampersand sign, no spaces, you would have to go in between and put double quotes and then ampersand sign and then repeat that here. Same thing, you would go here, double quotes, ampersand sign, and that would give you the full name, right? And then that wouldn't even be correct. You would have to double click and you would realize that here what it worked good for the first one, but it didn't work so good for the second one. What was the problem here? It have an extra space because if this person didn't have a middle initial, it picking up that as an extra space. So it's not ignoring it, it joining it with the space. So in the old days, we would have to go here and say equal to trim. Remember trim? Trim will remove leading spaces, lagging spaces. And if you have a name like John Smith with two spaces in between, trim will take all the extra spaces. Let's leave one. So that's what we would have done in the old days. Using your version of Excel, which is 365, the formula is different. There's a formula called text join. So it'll be equal to text tab, and well, it wouldn't be text, it'll be text join equal to text join. I would hit tab at this stage, fx. So there's the box. The delimiter would be you would hit the space bar once and hit tab. That would put in the double quotes for you here automatically. So once you hit the space bar in the delimiter box, you can hit tab and that would automatically put in the double quotes. Um, for ignore empty, we'll leave it just so and let it take the default. For text, we would just have to select the text. So the formula now has been kind of shortened. This is what the formula should be. I'm gonna leave it up for a minute so you all could see. Let me know when you all get that online. Mm-hmm. You didn't get it. All right, no problem. We wait on you a little bit. Yeah, separator is the separator. Yeah, correct. Right. So the formula is on the board. I don't know if you all seen it. It's text join. You seen it here? Double quotes with a space, comma, comma, A3 colon C3. And this is it in the box. It's the same thing. We just hit the space bar once for delimiter. We ignored empty because we wanted to ignore empty. And then A3 to C3 is just highlighting. So it's as simple as that. If you click OK, this is what you'll get. If you double click, you're going to get that formula going down. So no need to use trim, right? And there was this, the you could actually tell it what to use in terms of joining stuff and what to ignore, right? Which is, it was able to ignore the space. Let me know if you all get that, or if any problems, let me know. Anybody need help? Ayana, you got that out or no? Yeah, Carlisle, go ahead. Sorry? Okay, you wrote out the formula, yes? You need to write it out to practice, make perfect, right? If you don't do it, you wind up in trouble. I'll leave it up for a minute so you all who didn't get it, you all could practice it. You have the formula written out here and you have it also in the box here. So whichever method you choose, be up to you. You'll see the instructions to the left as well. You'd see a little box telling you how to join data, text join, and have the formula here as well. On your sheet, you will see that. Right? There is also an operator called concat, but the formula is longer, which is our older school formula, but more recent than concatenate. You'd see trim, concat, and then you have to put in the same double quotes, etc. Instead of doing all this, I just use ampersand. All right. So you all have it in your sheet. You all could practice. You all need to practice whoever. So we have the full names here in one column, guys. Did you all do that? If you didn't do this, well, then the next one going to be difficult. Well, you won't be able to do it. You just have to watch. Do you all have a full list of the names going down? Anybody doesn't have that? Yeah? That's not 1 minute, guys. Let me just check somebody in the back. So guys, just a point to note, if you're using, like, somebody had an older version of Excel in class, so that wouldn't be there in 2016 and prior versions of Excel, that formula. All right. For that, you had to use the older formulas, concat, and probably concat with trim. Now, the next step is to copy the name. So let me just help out. All right, so I think whoever in the back, whoever didn't get it out, like I said, if you was using our older version of Excel like 2016 or prior, you'll have to use trim and concat. So once you copy this down, Kimberly, you got that down? All right, good. We want to copy this list here, the full name list. We want to copy the list going down. So you're going to press Control Shift down arrow key, highlight, Control Backspace will take you back to the top. I'm going to copy the list, so Control C will copy. And we want to put it in a new file, but we had to paste it as value. So Control N will call up a new file. I'm a keyboard shortcut person, so it'll be Control Alt V V and Enter will paste as values. In your case, don't do that. That might be hard for most people. You just right click in the sheet and say paste special values, which is this button here. So you copy in the list with the full name and you're pasting it as values in a new file. Let me know when you all have that. So if you do that, you will take the formulas now, which you don't want. You just want the names. See if you all do that. You all could copy and paste, right, as values. Anybody have problems, let me know. I used to teach like basic Excel learning, but I do really do that. It might have like too few companies ask it. I usually tell them to go to one of the business schools and have it done. So at the intermediate level, in the old days, I might get like just one or two people doing basic. Sometimes companies would send like a team of people. They have a team. I would just go in and do it. Or rare. Ah, yeah, yeah. I've seen that with my children. My eldest son, he actually did basic with me when he was about 10 or something, 11. And he was able to do it. And they had like people at their master's level take that class. But my basic a little bit different. I do how to structure reports based on best practice. So, but he was able to follow everything. Supposed to have him do this one, but he doing some other programming thing he doing now. So I just leave him to do that. Tell their daddy they want to take no more classes with you. Huh? He could, but yeah, they figure out kids now figure out everything fast. Yeah, he actually teaching Python and thing in school. Python, yeah, and pick up that on his own. Eldest child, but they pick up stuff fast. The kids now. It's very different. How there's a different world compared to what I came into. We didn't learn computers till after a while. All right. So once we have, I was just giving you all a little time to copy the names. Did you all do that? Any, yeah, all right. So just copy and paste special values. All right. Think about what you're doing. So once you have a list of the full names, the next question becomes, well, how do you split it apart? How do you split the column into three to get first name, middle name, and last name? That's another scenario. So sometimes people have the data, they want to join it together, right? So we saw how to do that. Sometimes they want to split the data apart. It might be that they developing and maybe a new coding scheme for the business, be it for inventory or GL accounts or some other employee ID coding scheme where you need to take region into account, you need to take into account departments, you need to take into account the specific categories, right? So people use these things all the time in work in different departments. So, but how do you split the data apart? Let's say we have a column with full names and we want to get three separate columns. How do you all do that? Anybody? Uh-huh. Back in the old days, all right. You start up good. No. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, that hard. I wouldn't do that. Back in the old days, my old days, we would use something called len to count the spaces, len. And len will give you the number characters, but and they had other formulas. You had left and right and mid, but then you'd need to combine that with search or find to find the spaces before you do a split using left or right. So the formulas could be a little bit convoluted. Can you all split this data apart using like a sort method? Anybody? You all use text to columns? Anybody? So I think one person said they use text to columns. Anybody else? Online? Faria? Very good. Tell me why. Hmm. Well, they have it would normally split it up, but the issue with this column is they have data inconsistency. So some people have middle initials, some people do not. So it wouldn't split it very efficiently. You all there? In other words, it doesn't accommodate for that kind of ambiguity in the data. So how we could split it, you could actually highlight the column and you could use data text to columns and then we could use a sort technique. So look at this, guys. You would go to your data menu and you would go to text to columns and you would tell Excel, now we're going to use delimited. Anybody could tell me what delimited means? You had to find a way to split your data, but the data is not fixed with. In other words, it is not a GL account, it is not an invoice number, it's not an employee ID, it's not a PO number. It's not the same number of characters you're dealing with. So the only thing we could really split this by is what, guys? Space. So we'd have to go delimited, click next. And over here, we could select space on tick tab. We could select space and on click tab, guys. Now, in a little while, things gonna get real complicated, right? For the people who not able to follow, you had to lock your office or something because you would need to. Everything will depend on everything else when we start to do the case. All right. So you had to kind of stick with me for a little bit, an hour and a half or so, where the solution we build in will depend on whatever we did last. So for people who working and trying to do the course, you had to kind of focus for a while. What's the problem here, guys? Well, like Faria was saying, you have is not going to be able to handle this well because what happening is if you did not have a middle initial, the last name going in the middle initial column. You all get that? So we're going to click next, finish. You wouldn't be able to do anything there. So you're going to have three columns: one call first, one call mid, one called last. All right, first, mid, last. So I just renamed the headers at the top. That is all we did. We have the data going down. Is a fair amount of data. It might be around over 1900 names, nearly 2000 names. All right. Let me know when you all reach here or any questions. Trying to give you all the time to do it together with me. Let me know if we could go ahead, or if not, let me know the issue. Where you reach, Carlisle, what you had done? You split the data. You have the data in a column. Where you reach? Is it all values? All right. So there's the data here in a column. I told you all to go to the data menu, text to columns. In the data tool section, you have text to columns. So once you're in one cell of the data, you go there and you want to choose delimited. Actually, we need to select the whole column. Sorry. Select the whole column, which is column A first. Go to the data menu, text to columns. So it will see it as text data, do delimited. Click next. Change the delimiters. You want to untick tab, untick space. And then click finish. That's it. Tick space. Space is what we're using to separate the data, and click finish. Yeah. So once you do that, you should have the data split out here. Rename the headers. So this first column will be called first. Second column will be called mid, and the final column will be called last. First, mid, last. Let me know when you're ready, Carlisle. I think everybody else true, right? Anybody else had problems? Just making sure. So once you have the three columns here, I'm assuming everybody has the three columns. Carlisle, you're good there or no? All right, the next step would be to insert a column before A. So highlight column A, right click and say insert. And we're going to call this column number. And you're going to put a 1 at the top. So Kelly, the first record, should be numbered 1. The header for the column should be number sign. Let me know when you're all ready. I'm assuming I could go ahead. Is that a good assumption or no? Anybody out or not sure what they're doing? You need to copy the 1 down. We're going to double click in the bottom right hand corner in cell A2, and that will copy the 1 down. If you get that black cross in the bottom right hand corner, double click. That will give you the 1 going down. We want this to go to 1, 2, 3, 4. So where do we go to fix it to 1, 2, 3, 4? In the bottom, you will see a little button here called the autofill options button. When you double click the copy down, change that, click on that button and change it to say fill series. That will number your records 1, 2, 3 going down. So I'll give you all a minute to do that. Carlisle, you might want to take off your mic. We're getting some feedback. Just put it on when you have a question, yeah? So I'm assuming you all were able to copy down. Anybody had problems there? Now let me explain what we're going to do next. And in case anybody didn't finish, they could finish off. What we're going to do next is sort the data. We want to sort the data by last name. We want to sort the data by last name. Anybody could tell me what that would do when you sort the data by last name by default? Where will it put the blanks when you sort by last name by default? Matthew, where do you think it would put the blanks when you sort by last name? By default, it actually would show like the blanks to the bottom. A good guess though. It could either be the top or the bottom, but by default, it will go to the bottom. Now, if it moves the blanks to the bottom, what will it also move to the bottom? The last names in the middle name column. You all see that? Because everywhere it have a blank here, it have a last name in the middle name column. So all those will go to the middle name column. We'll then go down to the bottom, pick up the last names in the middle name column, drag them once to the right. And to get back the original sort order by Kelly Donald Dale, we'll sort by what? By the index number column, column A. And that will bring back the data in the original sort order. So that's basically what we're going to do next. The first step is if you're in A1, press Control A. Control A will block the range. Control backspace will take you back to the top. In A1, you press Control A to block the range. And then the next step is in the home menu. In the home menu, you want to sort. Well, you had a sort. They have different places to sort. You could go to the data menu here and click sort. And that will call up the sorting box. We said we want to sort by last. Make sure your my data has headers is on at the top. That should be ticked. And if you sort by last, it's sorting A to Z based on the cell values. All right, I'll leaving it up so you all could see. We're gonna click OK. All right, so the data is sorted by last name, as you could see. You all should remember, like, to jump to the bottom of the list is Control and down arrow key, or you could jump using the mouse. If you go to the bottom of any cell, you will see a 4-prong arrow, or to the right or to the left. And if you double click there, it's going to take you in that direction that you choose to jump to the last filled cell. Yeah. Did you sort it by last name? You had to share a screen for me to see what was done. I wouldn't know. Yeah. Because if you sort by last name, it should pick up Adams and then Allen and that kind of thing. Assuming the whole range highlighted for me one. Let me go back a step or two, right, to here. Just now, huh? Not yet. No. Let me take off mines. I'm seeing something now, yeah. Let me just full screen. And then show why I have mine arranged like this, but all right, so I see you there now. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Nice weird. Just undo back to when you had the full name list. You had to go back a few steps. Undo. Keep on doing. You gotta go back to it. Right, stop. Save the file, close it down, and then open it up back. And see a file saying book 2. So anyway, you just need to know where you save it. When last year, shut down your machine and restart. Yeah. No, that shouldn't be. Yeah, that should be bad. Sometimes there's get like memory corruption issues in Excel. So like for me, I know it has happened pretty frequently. But yesterday, it say it shut down. So I think your presentation went down, Nicole. So you had to launch it back. Yeah. Okay, come back up now. Yeah. All right. So what you do is you had to do back these steps. Insert. You had to go data text to columns. So if anybody behind, they have a chance to do over these steps. All right. Click next. Yeah. Finish. Yeah. Just finish. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And first, instead of full, call it first. Yeah. All right. Put in your number. Double click the autofill button. Yeah. All right. Go into the number sign. Press Control A. Control backspace. And then sort last. Click OK. And still not sorted. Just watch it on the screen. Yeah, not sure what happened. You might have to restart your machine and start back. I've seen that happen already, right? So I'll just finish off, but you know what these steps are. But that's all right. We had to try, so try. So let me resume. Presenting and get out of this infinite window. All right. So if you had reached as far as here, and you all had sorted the data, you had sorted it by last name. So this is where you end up. I'm saying you could jump to the bottom of the list by double clicking on the 4-prong arrow. That would move you to the bottom of the list. We need to pick up Chandra. So from here, we have middle names in the last name columns. All right, so we could control shift down arrow key. That would select all. And then we go to the border where we get a 4-prong arrow and we left click with the selected range and then drag once to the right. So basically what I did, it put all the last names in the last name column. You could go back to the top. So to the top would be control and home. And then you could do back a sort from there. You could go data sort. How would you all sort now? Sort by number. And that should put Kelly back to the top. So the first time we sorted by last name, the second time we sorted by number. Because it's a continuous list, you could just leave your cursor in the first cell, and it should be able to pick up the range and stuff. Any questions? Now, this is the hard way to do it. What we did here is the hard way to do it. Yeah, you got through the sorting, right? Sort by number. You had to go back to the top to the number position here. And once you're there, you could just go to data and sort, and then sort by number. That's all we did. Oh wait, sorry. You had to move the last names, right? So when you reach here, you would jump to the bottom of the list. You could double click with the four prong arrow that would jump you to the bottom. Hi Sean. Morning, morning. Right. And we had your meeting. So what we're doing is we're doing something on text splitting and concatenation. So it's splitting and joining data this morning. That's the first thing. So what to do? Open up the D3 file. Open up the D3 file, right? And I'll come back to you in a minute. Yeah, just look on this little piece, and then we'll come back to what you could do. So Nicole, so you jump to the bottom of the list. Well, I didn't sort it. I had to sort back mines, right? We sorting back the data here. So data, I have to sort. Oh, my list fixed up already. So let me just go back as a few steps. All right, so I think you had reached here, Nicole, where I had the list sorted. You get double click where you get the four prong arrow at the top to get to the bottom of the range. All right, so I just did that, and then I could see Chandra here. Let me know when you reach there. So wherever you are in this column, if you double click at the bottom where you have a four prong arrow, that will jump you to the bottom of the range. Then you could see Chandra. You want to select Chandra and all the last names in the middle name column. You're going to press Control Shift down arrow key. I would select all the last names, and then you're dragging it once to the right by left clicking. You drag once to the right. Yeah, you do that, it will be wrong, right? To get back to the top, it'll be Control Home, right? That's why I try to follow why we're doing what we're doing, right? So we're trying to move the last names in the last name column, but then we want to get back the data in the original sort order. So this index column will do that for you. Once you're at the top, you go to the sort menu, and you want to go sort by number, and that will bring Kelly back to the top. Yeah. All right. So where we at? I just closing on this file. Um, Sean, you just had to watch this one, right? This is we're looking at how to like split data apart. So if I have the full name in a column, I was just showing them what the old school way is to split the data into three columns. The newer method uses something called Power Query. There also is a new formula method to split data apart using text before, text after, and you'll have to use a text before and text after formula to extract the middle initial. But if you wanted to avoid all that and create an automated split, you could do that using Power Query. So just look on. I'm going to show you how to do it using Power Query. So let's say I had the full name here. Control Shift down, Control C, Control N, Control Alt V, V, Enter. So basically, what I have here is a list of full names. All right, 1900 full names. And let's say I wanted to actually split the data apart into 3 columns. Once you're in one cell of the data, in the data menu in Excel, so usually I cover Power Query and the advanced course. So with Power Query, you would automate a lot of the manual work you would do in the data. So if you look at what we did before, very, very manual. You had to go through, you had to create an index column. You have to use text splitting and concatenation. You have to use sort. So it's a little bit more error prone. With Power Query, once in one cursor the data, one cell of the data, we'll go to the data menu and Power Query is in this section called Get and Transform Data. So you want to take the data which is in a range in the sheet. So we click this button here, from table slash range. All right, remember you're just looking on. And what that would do is it would look for the range of the data. It's seen it have nearly 2,000 rows and is highlighting the header. So we want to say my table has headers, right? And click OK. It's going to convert that data to a data table, right? All these new power techniques they built into Excel, like I said, they rely on data table technology. One, at the end, in all versions of Excel from 2016 onwards, right? But in 2016, it would be a older interface, right? So it's there from there onwards by default. So I just told you all in the data menu, get and transform. So once you have the data here, I just showing you all because I do cover it at this level. I just showing you another way to split it. Once you have the data here, this thing maintains an audit trail of whatever you do, and the source data is always preserved. So if I highlight full name, I could tell Power Query to split the column by delimiter. Look at what happens. Split the column by delimiter. It intuitively picks up, unlike before in regular Excel, that space is the only thing you could really split it by, but you could change that here. You could go in and change it. So, and we have more choice here. You're not only able to split it by space, but you could choose if you want the leftmost, the rightmost, each occurrence. If you choose each occurrence, it's going to give you a wrong split because it will put the last names in the middle name column. The one to choose here is split out the rightmost delimiter. So all the last names would go to one column. And that's what it did here, right? And it stored the step on the left, so it meant on the right, it maintains order trail. So over here, this would be last. The interface will look different in 16, but it have the same kind of features. Yeah, the full name here is first. Well, we want to split this out. So I need to get the middle initials out. So all I would do is right click on this first name column and we could go split again by delimiter, space again. It wouldn't matter which one we split by. So if I click OK, that will put the middle initial here automatically. So I could rename this column. I could probably rename it mid. If I double click on the header, that will be mid. Then over here would be first if I double click on it. Notice that whatever I do, it actually recorded the steps here. So this is a very, very powerful tool they built for free in Excel. All right, if you learn this, you put yourself in the top 0.1% of Excel users. This is only like a scratch of what it could do. So over here, I will tell it how I want to return the data back into Excel. So I want this called split names. That'll be the name of the sheet, the name of the report. All right. So coming back into Excel, this is how I want it returned. We're going to click close and load. And I will return the data back into Excel. And there's a sheet here, split names. This is data here. I'm just going to call it data. This was the original name and this is the split names. The reason why it is so beneficial is because what you created here is a piece of automation. If I were to go to the bottom of this list and start typing, right? Some names. So let me see who we have here. Aaron, you have a middle initial. Aaron A. Charles. All right. Syra, what about you? Okay. Sean, what about you? Right, so we have three names we added to the data. Now you would notice that that by itself will do nothing. The number rows still remain 1998, which is like somewhere here, right? Before we added the names, because you have a header at the top called full name, so it's 1998 records. But we added three names, so why it not showing up here? The reason it is not showing up here is because Power Query operates just like a pivot table. You need to refresh the report in order to see the new results. So like if I want to push the data that I entered here into Power Query, split it and bring it back down here, I will either need to right click on the split names report, or I could actually go to the split names report here, right click and say refresh. Either which way, you'll now split the data and now your new name split out here automatically. Right, so at a very basic level, this is a very basic use of Power Query, right, in terms of splitting out the names. So it's a dynamic way to do it with audit trail, whatever you do. So like, I mean, every project I did over the last 7 years, I usually use Power Query to automate it and to simplify it, so anybody could follow it and your source data is always preserved, and you could go from source and you could change steps. So like if you made a mistake in a step or you wanted to modify a step from rightmost to leftmost or something else, you could go in Power Query and do that. Right? This is the tool that we use these days for automating reports. All right. Yeah. Either on the report or in the query itself, I right click and set refresh. There's the query here. There's the report here. Yeah. So that I just trying to give you all an idea of it. I don't cover it at this level, just introducing the idea. Usually at the advanced level, you had to do all these kind of routines. They have routines to merge multiple sheets, merge multiple files, split the data apart, on pivot data, get your data in tabular form. You have a whole set of things you could do automatically, so your reports will build automatically. All right. It could return the data back as a pivot table as well. You could create all your calculations in the background. It have AI to help you to build the build calculations and stuff. So that is my go-to tool in Excel now. Still, before that it was Power Pivots, but Power Pivots cannot do all the data cleansing work and all the data work that Power Query was designed to do. All right. So I want you all to keep that tool in mind. You probably should start doing some research on that. When you get to the advanced level, right? Say in a few months' time, you want to come back and do the advanced course. I spent a day just doing Power Query and a day in Power Pivots and data modeling. For automating data and reports, that is the course you should do. All right. Nah, no, it built in yeah, Power Query is technology that built into Excel for free and also built into Power BI for, but that one you gotta pay a license. I said free, but Obviously, I had to pay for an Excel license. Yeah. So that all what you see in Power BI, it was actually built in Excel first. Yeah, you could connect to all that using Power Query. From the data menu, you would go get data. You would take it from file or you take it from a database. You'd see here you could get from analysis services, from SQL Server, wherever. Right? So you have tons of sources. You could even take data from a PDF file. Last year I had a project like that, a case, and it was actually in the newspapers. They actually stopped the election, and it was because of work we had done to look at the electors list. And then the judge told them to scrap it. We had picked up like over 400 duplications in the names and stuff. And they gave me a PDF file to look at. And I can't say what the case was, but it really happened. So that was I should frame that one up because it actually was in the papers. We actually use Excel to stop election from proceeding. Right? You could take data now from data flows. That's the latest thing in the old days. Not the old days, actually up to early this year. You had to pass the data through Power BI and then pull it in from Power BI into Excel. Now you could go directly to data flows from Excel. Right? Usually you have like a 2 month gap. Whatever they put in Power BI here, then they put it in Excel after. Right? So this is a very, very powerful tool in Excel. All right. That's about as much as I would say in that. Any questions, guys, before we go forward? Anything you want to find out? Now is the time to ask before we move forward. Now, there are other formulas to split and join, I should say, right? But I didn't mention them. So, like, Sean, I don't know if you have this file up. All right, you want to go to the 01 sheet. Now, not everybody will have these formulas. I have them. These formulas only exist in Office 365 and they only recently push it down. I'm not sure if it's done for everybody, but they recently push it down for the average user. So like me, I have a current license. Let me see what kind of license it is. So I guess if you have a current license, you'll be able to see it. If you go to file account, you could see to the right here what version of Excel I have. So my version build is 2208. The build number is 20044 and I'm on a current channel which they call the preview channel for Excel. So if you have this version of Excel, you should have access to the new formulas that I'm gonna use now. So if you wanted to split the text out, like pull out the first name, the new method to do it using formulas, you don't have to use text to columns anymore. Or you don't have to use left and join and mid and whatever. You could get the first name by saying equal to text before, right? So if you start typing and you don't see text before, it means they don't have it yet. If you hit tab, you could tell it this is the, well, I need to have a full name though. So let me just go back a little bit. Add the full name here, created with the text join formula. I had created the column here. You would see the text join formula here too. Showing if you would have missed that. So using that formula, I'm just going to copy the names as values. Control C, Control Alt V, V, Enter. And I will hard code the names as names, not formulas. So if we had this list and we needed to split it out back, this would be first, this would be mid, and this would be last. So they're showing you new techniques that come out. So first would be equal to text before, and we want to look at the full name here, comma, the delimiter will be space. This is all we need to do to get, let me see, I forget one thing here. The instance number here would be 1, the first instance. So if I click OK here, I'm still not seeing it, but oh, I forget to leave the space, stupid. All right, so once we put in the space, you all seen Kelly showing up here. All right, so you would get Kelly here. And if you go down, so that'll give you a first name going down here. So they now have only one formula that you have to use. You don't have to use more complicated formulas than that. Before you'd have much more complication to do this. You would have to use left, but you would probably have to tell it to search for or find the space. Now you know how to do that in one formula. You could do it. And then last name would be equal to text after. So text after would be this here, comma. The delimiter again would be space, comma. Instance number here, because you wanted to search from the end, you will put -1. -1. That'll be your instance number, close bracket. Control enter. So picking up zoo, you had to copy this down, so I do have we can't double click for this one, so you gotta actually go to the end of the list, which is where somewhere here. Pull on shift and click on the last item. Press Control D to fill down. Control D will fill down. Right? So once I have the last initial here, you could do that for all. So this is the formula for after. The middle one will be a little problematic. Let me see if I remember the middle one. You could probably say something like equal to text after the delimiter here again. Well, the text would be here. The delimiter here would be space. And I could probably put the instance number as 1. So basically I'm telling it to look for everything after the first space, close bracket. That going to give me the L and the zoo. You all there? And if we double click here, let me see. It'll give me Chandra, Shen, and Rodriguez. So what we could do here, because we have here, we could probably go and say text before. Is the text that we use in here, which is text after, comma. The instance number here would be 1. Close bracket. Now that only going to give us, that'll give us an error. If I double click down, giving me an error here. Check that back. The middle will give me some trouble. Text after the tree, da 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 da. Yeah, but what you using match to find though? That's the question. That is the golden question. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, text before and text after, yeah. For text before, this should have pulled out from here. I would have expected it to pull out the L. Oh, mistake. So this should have been the delimiter here should have been double quotes, comma one. And I would expect it here to pull out the L. So this would give you a L here. Question is, how do you get the blank here? So the answer here would be you would use if error. So if error, then nothing. Close bracket. That'll be a formula here, right? That would pull out your middle initial. Hmm. Before this, you would have to do some long-winded formulas to extract that middle name. You had to nest multiple finds to find the spaces, and plus you would have to use left and right as well. So with these formulas, a lot of these things become possible now. How we would have done it, but my own preference is to use Power Query to do these splits because Power Query is automation. Any questions, guys? I kind of forget the formula. I had to think it through now, so I was just building it as I was going along. This formula new, it only came out like about 2 weeks ago in our version of Excel for the regular users. It has been there about maybe 4 months for insiders, but I only saw it come out like about 2 weeks ago. I wrote a video on it, how to use it on my blog. You all will be on my blog whenever I send out new stuff. You'll be able to get it. Any questions? And everybody quiet, boy. All right, could we move on, guys? All right, okay. So the next thing we wanted to look at is we wanted to start looking at sensitivity and scenario analysis using Excel. So I want you to go to the sheet called Goal Seek, guys. Go to the sheet called Goal Seek. Anybody uses Goal Seek in their work? No? Nobody at all? All right. So let me see if we could talk about it. So basically, what Goal Seek, they have different names to it. They call it back solving. They call it one input data sensitivity. And well, I also call it ratcheting. right? Because you could actually, I mean, in the old days when I was like a hardcore accountant, basically the boss might say, well, here what, we need to make the profit figure this figure, all right? So what we would do is we would back solve to change maybe one of the inputs in the calculations of profit, maybe quantity or price or whatever for whatever new product they want to launch, right? So it's forecasting is not really anything crooked as such. It's just like forecasting, right? But I could see how people could use it for other purposes. Anyway, so the example here, let me see if you all could kind of relate to this. We have a marketing director who would like to take advantage of the company's 4-year car loan benefit policy for executives. They said here the bank interest rate is 9%. The bank interest rate is 9%. And they said, but he is only willing to pay how much a month? $5,000 a month in installment is what he willing to pay. So they want to know if he only willing to pay $5,000 a month in installment, how much money would the bank be willing to lend him? You all there? That is basically a question that you could answer with GoalSeek. GoalSeek will work with different types of formulas in Excel, right? So it will work with an Excel defined formula like this one, or it will also work with formulas which you define. So like B5 divided by C2 multiplied by D3 divided by C9. It will work with formulas like that as well, right? So once you have an output and you want to automatically change one of the inputs to give you the output you want, that's the scenario in which you will use GoalSeek. Yes, somebody had a question. Carlisle, I think. Yeah, go ahead. You could use it for any calculation. Like I said, any calculation which has a formula with multiple inputs where you want to determine what the answer is and change one of the input figures in your calculation. Any formula. That's basically what we said. I am just using a loans example because most people could relate to what a loan is and that kind of thing. But people would use it for different kinds of calculations where they want to do, they need to test for some kind of result that they want by changing some input. So that's basically what it got at. So in this case, there is a formula in Excel to work out the monthly loan installment, right? The formula is called PMT. So I just using a Excel defined formula here. But like I said, it could be any formula that you have. Once it have multiple inputs, you could you could use GoalSeek. Anyway, with this formula here, what it does, if you wanted to see the formula, PMT takes the rate per period. So C27 would be the annual rate, dividing it by how much? 12 to work out the monthly rate. And then it taken NPER is actually the number of payments on the loan. So you have 48 payments, it's over 4 years. And then PV is really what the lending amount is or what the initial borrowing amount is. You all there? So how much the bank lending you. So once you have those three inputs, Excel has a formula to work out the monthly installment. Everybody there? So in other words, um if you want to borrow $400,000 a month, the bank, assuming that you're borrowing it over 4 years at this rate of interest, they will give you it at this monthly installment. That makes sense to you all? In our simple example, we're just looking at it this way. People have different uses for the formula. So what the guy is saying is what? He can't pay this a month. He could afford to pay how much? $5,000 a month. So he want you to use GoalSeek to make the formula change the value here to how much? 5,000. And then when GoalSeek changes the result to $5,000 here, he wanted to back solve for the what? Loan amount. He wanted to adjust the loan amount so that this, and this, when you apply the formula, you come up with how much? 5,000. You all with me? So you should have appreciation of how gold seek working. So go to cell C28, guys. Go to cell C28. And if you're in C28, you want to go to the data menu. Go to the data menu, guys. And from here, we want to click what if analysis. We want to click what if analysis. We want to go to the scenario manager, not scenario manager, data table. Go to data table, guys. So they're asking you here for the row input cell. The row input cell would be what? Well, my sorry, I the wrong one. We had to do that one after. Sorry, I sleeping away on myself here. We in C28. This is a simple one. So C28, we go to what if analysis and go to goal seek. Sorry. All right. Sleep away there, boy, Rakesh. Set cell. So we set in C28. Right. We want that to be how much? 5,000. So we're gonna put the value should be 5,000. Put that in there. What cell we want to change? So the input cell we change in because one input data sensitivity is the loan amount. We want to know how much the loan amount will have to fall to. Let me know when you all do this. Just click OK. Click OK. And that should be sufficient to give you the result here. So basically, what is this saying here? Remember, I didn't hard code that 5,000. The formula just changed. The formula didn't change. The value changed. The result of the formula changed. But it back solved for what? The loan amount. So basically, if you're only willing to pay $5,000, assuming in the old days we would say ceteris paribus, other things being equal, meaning that these two held constant, then the loan amount will be how much? 201,000 almost dollars. So they only lend you about half of what you would have gotten before, which makes sense, right? Given the math before. You all there? Any questions? I'm taking that far. No, I ain't hearing anybody online, so I'm assuming you all okay and whatnot. So check my partner there. Carla, are you okay? All right, right. Remember, always speak up, right? I can't hear all you. I mean, if you're not sure now, just say so. All right, so this one is the easy one. Everybody should be clear about this. There's another one here called we want to look at data sensitivity analysis. So with this one here, it get a little bit more involved. What they said here, and data sensitivity tables, they also call them data tables. Confusingly enough, this was the first data table that actually came into Excel. So usually if I ask people if they know data tables, some of the older school people would say, yeah, we know it, but the one they know is the data sensitivity table. Anybody familiar with those? No? Yes? Anybody uses data sensitivity tables? Let's see who hardcore in Excel here. Matthew, you use data tables before? Data sensitivity tables, not regular data tables. No? Um, Sean, what about you? All right, okay. Let me do harass all you. The only other person. Missy Nicole, you are area controller. You use data tables before? Data sensitivity tables? No. All right, okay. So this one important. All right. So this has been there forever, at least since I know Excel, which is a long time. Um, so they said here the facts are the same as for the goal seek example, but now the marketing director wants to know what the monthly payment amount would be for five different vehicle prices with five different loan terms. Five different vehicle prices with five different loan terms. Ah, so now it's a little bit more involved. So basically, they want like a matrix. We'll have to project the vehicle prices here, right? And we probably project the loan terms going down here. So for every combination of new vehicle price and new loan term, you're supposed to get a monthly installment. Everybody there? So basically, we have to create a matrix to look at that. How do we do that? That's the question. So what I want you all to do, so this lady is the marketing director for the company. What kind of vehicle you all think she might want to buy? Anybody? You were the marketing director, Melissa. What kind of vehicle you would want to buy? Let's start ask, yeah. All right, I'm not hearing Melissa, but Nicole. Oh yeah, a Mercedes. You have good taste, girl. All right, we'll go with the Benz. Huh? Just give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, hello. Yes, we can. All right, in our class, but I had to check the name. You had to let me know what date and the name. Yes, Senator AAA BSOL B as in boy, S as in son. Yeah, AAA at gmail.com. That would be the easiest one to send it to. All right, send her name, full name, and send her what date or what the month and year that she attended. Now, the bottom of the certificate would have it signed or whatever. Yeah, I'll respond later today. All right, thanks. Bye. I know people is do them thing, yeah. Yeah, hi guys. Sorry about that. So what I was saying is that so somebody said I think Melissa said Benz. So we're gonna put Benz here now. The key requirement for this is that they call this one two input data sensitivity. They also call it data tables. All right, data sensitivity tables you'll hear referred to in business. So for this one, they say you could only look at two variables. I beg to disagree. You could look at more than two variables. So I'll show you all that how variables change. So in this case, maybe she wanted to buy a Benz. Anybody could tell me what the damage would be for a Benz? Let's tell over here. 450 you say. That's something cheap, girl. Them say 600,000 in class. I'll go with that. I don't know the price of these things, so yeah, that's some change to buy that. All right, so Kimberly, give me one you would want to buy. Audi. Much should that? If she was going real high end, what kind of vehicle she might buy? Ah, that's still cheap. Like Porsche Cayenne and thing. Porsche. What be damage for a Porsche? Maybe $1 million or 1.2 million. Might be about the same price as a Range Rover. If she was going on the cheap, what kind of vehicle they would want to buy? Guys online. Let me see. Jamil. On the cheap. Extra, let's say. Yeah. We will go with it anyway. A B12, that thief car boy, $1. All don't like the woman, no. She probably want to set an example for the staff. All right, we'll come back to that. X Trail, where's the damage for that? 300, 400, I feel. Nah, 4 million there, boy. Math's wrong here. All right, somebody say a 80 wagon. What about a Tida? I will go with the 80 wagon. How much for that? All it? 90. I can roll on, roll off for. All right, so we have 5 vehicles here. Now, in the real world, if you're doing this, I mean, I just playing with you all a little bit. Don't put the figures like this, right? You either line up the figures in an increasing fashion or in a decreasing fashion. Everybody there? That way you'll be able to see granularity, how the figure is changing. And so we have 5 vehicles, 5 prices going down. We also wanted 5 loan terms. Now it could have been many, many more vehicles. It could have been 20 and could have had 6 loan terms or whatever. So maybe she want to pay this off in 12 months, maybe 24 months. It didn't even have to be even months. It could be 35 months, 60 months, and then 72 months. All right. Yeah, how this would work is the inputs that you want to change, you have to project it either horizontally or vertically going down from the formula. Everybody there? Horizontal to the right and vertically, well, going down from the formula. Let me know when you're all ready. You need to block the range here. You had to block, highlight the formula cell, which I have as B12. And you're going down to about G17. You want to go down to about G17, guys. Tell it. Let me know when you're all ready. Once you block the range, you would go to the data menu and you want to say what if analysis, data table. So it's going to ask you for the row input cell. It's going to ask you for the row input cell. The row input cell, well, how I think about it in my simple way is which cell initially went into the formula, which you're now going to project across the row. So which cell would it have been? Guys, what are these here? Nah. Think again. You had to be the loan amount. You had to be the price. Because these are the new prices you want. These are the new borrowing amounts you want. You all there? So the initial amount which went into the formula is this here, which you're now going to project across all these different prices. You all there? So the row input cell in my simple view would be this cell here. B9. By analogy, what you think the column input cell would be? Rena, by analogy, what you think the column input cell would be? Right, Anna and Rena. Okay. What about Psyche? Not here. And Rachel. Rachel. What would be the column input cell by analogy? We already figured out the row input cell is here, and we're using that to project the price. So by analogy, what would be the column input cell? Think about it. B10, because that is what in the box. Well, you're right. It is, no, you're correct. B10 would be correct because this is the input which initially went in the formula that now going to be projected for these values here going down the column. Yeah? All of those shape me. I asked my little son home this and he figured it out. So all of those shape me. That is, yeah, nah, he gifted. I'm trying to pick up these things real fast. I'm not so good at, well, like them anymore. My time gone. So over here, once we click OK, Rakesh, you've seen this, right? You understand why? So once we click OK, that should be sufficient to generate the matrix values here, guys. Right? So what it's saying here basically is if she would like to buy a Porsche and pay it off within 12 months, Carlisle, how much you had to pay monthly? All right, like Carlisle having some. Correct. No, 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 not divide by 12. This is the monthly installment here. Remember, this is the, yeah, if she paying it off over 12 months, what they're saying here, the interpretation is this is the monthly installment she would have to pay. So this is how much you pay in each month. Correct. All right, that real money. You had to be rich for that one. Now, compared to the 80 wagon, if she had bought, she had decided to buy a 80 wagon, right, and paying it off over 6 years, how much would she pay a month? Anybody else? Laura. She decided to buy a 80 wagon and wanted to pay it off over 6 years. How much would she pay? I think Laura there. Alana. All right, song and right. I just checking to see if you all understand the interpretation. Like I tell you all, you hear me say it over again. Understand what you're doing, why you're doing, right? If you don't know what you're doing, you wouldn't be able to apply it in a different scenario. All right. So what we'll do, I think we kind of reached where we want to reach here. We're gonna start a little case exercise, or maybe when we come back, I want to do something on protection with you all. and then we will start the case exercise. All right. So I'll put the clock up. Y'all okay with taking a 15-minute break now? Uh, all right. Yeah, I'll put the clock up for you. All right. And see you all back in 15 minutes. Hey, somebody was showing me this nice clock here. Um, Dong Arrow. Oh, yeah, boy. Yeah, the front from when we was in class. Let me see here. View settings. Yeah, it had 4 boxes, correct. All right, yes, timer. That is the one, that is the one. Correct, correct, correct. You have it on here. So we go put one here, 15. Save. We call it break. Right? Save. Maximize the sun plate. Nice. Yeah, I will take. Oh, huh? Here. Nice. Thanks. Yes. Yeah, let me see. Remember what for people. Yeah, she was not sick. Yeah, I think I'm like, I didn't even see her online. Yeah. Online? She gave them some question she had. She was online, but I don't know. I've set up a PDF document to try because there's some stuff that I work on in the office, and there's some stuff that I work on in the office, and the customer sent us a PDF, and I just be just struggling to kind of do it. Yeah, well, the PDF content on the student book, if you have any something like that, it isn't a tablet. It's not an image file. No, it's not. It's not an image. It's actually. Yeah. So what the customer will do, they will do their stuff and the suppliers will put their stuff in Excel and then translate it to PDF. Oh. So it starts up as a original tabular Excel document. Right. But for part of protection, purposes, they will send it to us. Yeah. Yeah. But for me to work on it now, I need it in Excel. So as machine tasks and that. So the where we do that. Is that in the trial? Yeah, and like if case I had that was important, they actually one of the defendant clicked it or whatever they sent in the file was a PDF. It had all the registrants and was supposed to pick back the collection. There are 50,000 people organization and when I check, I pick up like about 400 applications. Names and they had one of the other things. They tell them to you know, it's the kind of thing I need to understand. You see, when we talk about apps, tell me about it still. Like, yeah, the practice that you have to work with the solution practice. Yeah. A good example is the piece where we did before we created that about the law. What we did law. Oh, yeah. So you go back, check on YouTube as well. They have explanations. So a lot of the things, I had all this one in back. I find it out when I see that. That is right. Because to yourself, people answer once. So then, you take it off and on, you want to be back. You can find it noisy. You can switch back here. What the hell? I didn't know that. I can move it. Yeah, it was something noisy this one. I can check that. Okay, let's do that and say what? So the formula to extract the time or something again. And then see I reply to it. So duration as she actually had time. Yeah, and then time is what she asked for. So I thought it had a duration. I'll have it. Now they would call it infinite screen. Yeah, that's a glitch. Okay, guys, we back. You all there? All right. Um, so we had just looked at the sensitivity and scenario analysis. There was something from D2 I wanted to cover, which was protection. I wanted to go back to that, and then we'll start the case exercise. So what I want you all to do is just go to the D2 file. So it would be the D2 advanced charting and enhanced analysis. Just open that up. All right, so if you right click on the arrows, you want to go to the sheet called 12, which is protection. So I wanted to talk about protection a little bit in Excel. So how many of you all use protection in Excel? And what type of protection you all use? Mm-hmm. That is sheet type protection, yeah, cells type protection. All right. Anybody uses any other type of protection? The most restrictive type of protection, not hearing anything, so I'll talk a little bit about it. So the most restrictive type of protection in Excel is file type protection. So how do you all protect the file? In other words, somebody send you a file, you try to open it up, but it's asking you for a password to open the file. How do you do that? The old school way, like when I was working, we would go to file, we would go save as, we would go more options, and we would go to tools, and over here there was something called general options. And from here we used to set the password to open, but that's a long path to go to. You all there? That's the old school way. Anybody familiar with that? Let's see. We in Excel a long time. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we in a different file actually. We in the day two file, day two advanced chart and enhanced analysis, and we on sheet 12. Yeah. So I'm asking, are we talking about protection? I'm asking about different types of protection. The one we on is called file level protection. I'm asking, do you all have another way to protect the file? Nobody seem to know, boy. It's nobody's protected file. So the other way to do it, the more modern way from Excel 2007, if you want to protect the file, you could go here. You could go to File and you could go to Info. And where you go to Info, there's an option to protect the workbook encrypt with password. So here's where you have that option. File option, Info, protect workbook, encrypt with passwords. If I go here, we could enter the password as 123, click OK. It's going to ask us to re-enter the password. We could enter 123, click OK. That by itself will do nothing. You have to actually save the file. So if we save the file, which is the D2 advanced chat, and it's saving, and it's going to close it down. The next time I try to mark up this file, what should I see? It's going to ask me for a password to enter. So the password is 123. Click OK. To get rid of the password, you would have to go back to File, Info, Protect Workbook, Encrypt with Password. So over here, you could come and delete the password, click OK. Again, that by itself will do nothing unless you save the files. So you want to click Save. You all there? Any questions? Another type of protection is in the old days, well, it's the front now. In the old days, we didn't have like an intranet or like a SharePoint, which would act as a container to go to, like for you to access, let's say, leave forms or whatever. I don't know how you all do it now. How do you all access leave forms? Is it like an online leave form? You have like a HRIS system, or what do you all use? Something like that? All right. Same thing for Heritage, same thing for Proman, I guess. You all have some kind of online environment where you go in and you do it. Well, in the old days, it wasn't like that. We used to have to do templates for the forms in Excel. And HR would have a template folder with all the leave form files in the old days. And then what we would do is go there and people could access the templates and then save it on their computer and then fill out the information, get physically signed. Was like real hard to do, real old school. Anybody still familiar with that? Don't take that for no. Books. IHRIS kind of system. All right, okay. Let me see. Nicole, what you all use? You all use a HRIS system or you have something different? Mm. So they do it in their core business system, which will be SAP. They probably have like web-based forms that they fill out for the leave and for the claims and whatever. What about ProMan? You all similar? All right, good. All right, so what I'm saying is limit what we used to do when we had to create these forms is that we would not want anybody modifying the forms which HR created in the folders that HR had them. So there was this protection here. We would go to File when we create the forms. We would go Save As. We would go More Options, and then we would go here to Tools. We would go to General Options. There is a password to modify. So when you set a password to modify here, nobody could change the form that HR had in that folder in the shared drive where people accessing the form, but people could save over the form in their computer and then they could make changes on it. You all there? So that's the password to modify, not so frequently used because of all these newer systems and stuff. Another type of password that you could set, right, is a password to protect the workbook structure. Anybody familiar with that? I find all they're real silent today. Um, ah, oh, good move. Matthew, you familiar with that? Protecting the workbook structure. Just checking the people who I would think might be heavy in Excel. What about Cheryl? No. All right. Okay. Um, see, good in Excel. Nicole, not at all. All right. Okay. Camelia, password. Never heard about that. Or all right. So it's simple, guys. The password to protect the workbook structure. What it have to do with is the sheets. So if you set a password to protect the workbook structure, nobody would be able to rename a sheet, move a sheet, delete a sheet, stuff like that, anything at the sheet level. So all these actions when you right click would be unavailable to you, except the option to select all sheets. So let's see how that would work. Now using that type of password, that type of protection, when you use one type of protection, it doesn't preclude you from using other types of protection. So in other words, you could have multiple layers of protection in the same file. So you could have file type protection, you could have workbook structure protection, and you could also have cells or sheet type protection. So with workbook structure protection, you have different ways to do it. But let's say you were to go to um, let's say you were to go to the review menu, you'll see here, you'll see our option to protect the workbook. You all see that? You know how to set a password, right? See here they say when you click it, password optional. So I'm not going to set one. But if you click OK, look at what will happen. You could change stuff in the sheet, right? So I could go here, delete stuff. That is fine. But from the time I try to do anything on any sheet, those things become unavailable. You all there? So that's workbook structure protection. So like if you have a file, a reporting file, you don't want anybody to delete out sheets or move them around or rename them for that matter, then you would use that. And plus you might want them to mess with cells, so you would also put a cells level protection. I guess any type of protection you all might use with your files is cells type protection. You all there? Or protecting the sheet. How do you all do that? It actually is a two-step process. Some people get it wrong. A lot of people get it wrong. When I now started working, I got it wrong. So let's say I wanted to protect the sheet such that, and you would see it with budget files. I don't know if you all have budget files in Excel, but if you do, when they create templates for you to fill out, they may lock down certain cells like formula cells, like header cells, and they may only allow you to enter the inputs in certain cells, right? So if you wanted to enable that type of protection, you would have to maybe allow, you might want to allow entry in this cell, in this cell, and in this cell, but not in any other cell. To do that, you would use sheet type protection to do that. Anybody familiar with this one? It's sounding like I know. Laura uses. We know we have some accounting people here, but I'm not hearing anything from anybody. So I'll take it for a no, is not much used. So with cells type protection, like I said, is a two-step process. So if you press Control N, you call up a blank file. All cells. So one part of this protection has to do with the formatting of the cells. And so if you click on the sheet selector here between here and one, you select all the sheets. When you right click anywhere in the sheet, you will see an option called Format Cells. By default, the protection formatting for cells is for all cells to be locked. So if I go Format Cells here, you would see the default in terms of protection. All cells are set to locked. Everybody there? That by itself will do nothing. You have to actually, after you choose what you want, which cells you want to protect, which not, you would go into review and then enable protect sheet. So let's see how this will work. So in our example, we want to protect, we want to allow entry for this cell, that cell, and maybe this cell. All right, 15, 17, and 19, but all the other cells locked. So to do that, by default, all cells set for lock, we would need to select these three cells, 1, 2, 3. So we could control click to select the three cells. See if you all do that. And once you all do that, you would right click on the one of the cells that you selected and click on Format Cells. You want to click on Format Cells. So from here, we want to unlock these cells. In terms of protection, we want these cells unlocked. So we untick in locked, because by default, all cells set for lock, and we're going to click OK. Let me know if you all did that. Okay. The next step would be to enable the protection. So we could be anywhere on the sheet, guys. And you would click Protect Sheet. The password to unprotect the sheet is, we could probably put something like 1, 2, 3. OK. 1, 2, 3, click OK. Now, if I go in this cell, I will be able to enter a 5. When I come to the 2, if I try to put any other cell, I'm going to get this error. Any other value, I'm going to get this error here. Right? If I go here and double click, I'm going to get the warning again. So I wouldn't be able to change any cell other than these 3 cells here. I go here, try to put a 9 or something like that. It's not going to allow me to. Only this cell, and that cell. So I can change the fill color, the ones. These I can't even change the fill color here. That is gone. Any question on this? To take off the formatting, you will have to go to take off the protection. You'll have to go on the review menu and say on protect sheet 1, 2, 3. Click OK. Save. All right, you must save for that come off. Any questions on that type of protection, guys? No, it is possible. Like, for example, I remember a time I was doing a class and there was one of the guys was there. He was very, very good in Excel, but he was protecting, like, he had massive spreadsheets. So he was protecting the formula cells, he was going through and highlighting each range and formatting the cells, and it was taking them something like a couple days to actually set the protection for all these sheets, right? So there is a technique if you need to set the protection for all the sheets in the file. You all there? There is a technique for that, right? You would have to use F5 and select all your formula cells. You go special, you select all your formula cells, and in one shot you could actually lock down all in the sheet by changing the formatting once your cell selected to um, protect or unprotect. Yeah, no problem. I'm not doing anything but thanks here. Thanks. So what I'm saying is you could actually like if you know the shortcuts, you could actually lock down all the formulas in your sheet. You would just go anywhere in the sheet, press F5. For example, let's say you wanted to lock certain cells. If you press F5, you could tell it which certain cells you want to lock or unlock as the case might be. So if you press F5 special, you could probably tell it to unlock all the, for formatting purposes, all the cells where you have constants, which are numbers. So you could use F5 to select those cells. And when you select those cells, you could right click and select protection, format cells, and then choose the kind of protection you want to enable. And it would unlock or lock the cells that you choose. So sometimes you find you're looking for a fast way to lock all the formulas. The easy way is to highlight the whole sheet, change the formatting from lock to unlock, and then leave the whole sheet highlighted, or you could be in any cell and use F5 to select all the formula cells and then change the formatting to lock just for those. People do that as well. All right. Another type of protection is what they call um, hiding the formula but displaying the results. So I've seen this only once used practically. I was doing some work with a standards company, and they had gotten a template to do like measurement calculations from another standards company somewhere else, another country. And when they got that template, you could input values and it would show you the results, but you couldn't see the formulas. Like the formulas here would disappear. You're not able to see it, right? But the calculations would work once you do input. So they had some proprietary formulas they didn't want anybody seeing or looking at it. Probably spend a lot of money to get those templates built. So if you want to um, like hide the formula but allow the calculation to work, how would you do that? Right? So in terms of protection, you would have to go to the cell that you want to hide, which might be this one here. Maybe you don't want anybody to see this formula. So that would be what, E21. We right click on that cell and we're going to say format cells. And from here, we're going to choose hidden. So when you choose hidden here, nobody would be able to interfere with the cell. Nobody would be able to see the formula. So sometimes you see this with proprietary formulas like profit sharing calculations and other formulas you mightn't want to see anybody you might want anybody to see. So to fix this, once you go and you protect the sheet, look at what will happen. So we're gonna put 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. So once you do that, guys, the formula will disappear and you will only see the result below. You all there? But the calculations will work because if you change this to 10, I'll go up to about 28 here automatically, but no formula will display in the bar. So that's how you hide a formula but display the result using protection. Some people ask, can it be done? The answer is yes. Any questions before we move on? So we move to an important time in terms of the course. We're going to look at a case exercise, all right? So this will bring together a lot of the ideas we did up to this point. So you had to kind of focus in now. If you get sidetracked, you wouldn't be able to do this. So you need about an hour and a half at least. Well, about an hour till lunchtime undisturbed. Let me know when you're ready to go. Mm-hmm. Yes. Tion, you there? Tion, if you're there, we are on the day 3 file. Right, I'm just going to close down this day 2 file. All right, so make sure you're on the day 3 file and um, good. I know you was out for a bit this morning. Well, see you coming. So I'm just making sure that you're on page. All right. You want to go to 06, which is the case exercise. And let's see what they said here. So we actually got to use the files which in the sheets which in this file, right, in order to build the solutions. It's a fairly simple case, well, deceptively simple, I should say. Now, normally yeah, in the old days I had started off like giving people to do the case and then only I think one person ever get out like 20%. So after that I just started doing it together with everybody. So we'll do this one together, reviewing what they asked, what they said. They wanted you to create a report of sales by sector, showing the sales split by months and quarters for 2020. They also wanted the report to include a subsection under each sector sorted by the customer's last name. You all there? Look at the data that they give you. Yeah? We have in 07, we have the case data here, right? So they wanted to look at the sales by sector. Where are we getting sector from over here? Anybody? Well, there is no sector information there in sheet 07, but we do have the sector information here in sheet 08. How would we get the sector information into here? Anybody? Based on what we did. The average person would use the VLOOKUP formula to do this, right? You could also use XLOOKUP. If I get a minute, I'll show you all that formula. XLOOKUP is infinitely more powerful than VLOOKUP. You could do both horizontal and vertical searches with that. So we would see. But you could use the VLOOKUP formula here. The other thing was they wanted the data, if you look at the question, they wanted the data sorted by the customer's last name. Where's that field here? Well, how are you going to get that field? You probably had to extract it out of the data, out of the customer full name. So what I'll do is I'll show you another way to do the extraction to get that last name column. All right. Possible to do it different ways. So there is another way I didn't show you all, which we will look at. So we had to get the extraction technique to pull out the last name. They want the data split by months and quarters for 2020. How are you going to do that? What kind of report you'd have to do that? Ah, maybe a pivot table report, but one which could a pivot table which employs grouping the dates, and you want the data for a specific year. So that means you had to filter the data because this data running for I think like 2 years. If it was me too, I would have converted this to a data table, and I would have also made this into a data table before we started lookup. And then even before that, garbage in, garbage out. You need to clean up your data. So they said there were errors in the formulas. All right. So whenever you have to create these reports, you would say, or any report, the starting point is you need to have a spec of what the output report should be. You must have an idea. If not, you will be spinning top in mud. All right. So be very clear about what the output report should be. All right. And the next step after that is to look at the inputs you have to create that report. So for each field you have in your report, do I have the data for this field, that field, that field, that field? If you do have the data, well, where could we collect it from? You need to know that. And if you do have the data, then is the data correct? So that's where garbage in, garbage out comes in. That's where you have to do your error check-in techniques, guys. You heard me so far? So the process I'm giving you here, what I'm trying to say, will be the same process for building any report that you have to build. You always would need to be aware of these things. So we clear about what the report is. We know that we have some missing information. We know where we're getting it. Sector would be from the sector table, and the customer's last name. We would need to extract that from the full name. The next thing we need to do, like I said, is do a check of the data that we do have. So let's check to see. They said there were formula errors. If we go to sheet 07, anybody could tell me how to check for the formula errors here? What would be the first thing to do? Well, you had to know where the formula columns are, right? You'll have to know where the formula columns are. So the formula columns are actually, to see it, you would press what? Control tilde. Right, nice. Right, control tilde. That's the first thing. So we see that the price, let me just take this filter off. I'm messing up. We see that the price column is a formula, and we also see that the profit column is a formula. You all seen that? So those would be the two columns to check first. How would you all fix the formulas in those columns? But you had to validate the first formula first. So is the first formula correct? And if it is correct, then copy the formula down. You all understand what I'm saying? So could somebody tell me if that price formula is correct? Not all at once. Revenue divided by quantity is price. Is that correct, guys? This is not a hard question. It's primary school. Now looking correct to me. Eh? I have 10 mangoes and I get in $100 from the sale of them 10 mangoes. The price will be equal to the revenue from the sale of the mangoes divided by the quantity. 100 divided by 10 is 10. So that'll be revenue divided by quantity. So that's looking correct to me. G2 divided by E2. So we could say that this formula correct, guys. And we could double click. If we go to the bottom right hand corner, you will see a black cross. You want to double click to copy down. What I would do is press Control and down arrow key. I want to make sure that that formula ran to the bottom. So validate by checking the last formula. And the last formula is still G divided by E, so that's looking correct. You all there? What about in the last column here? And I'm seeing a reference here. Well, even before we go to there, if you're looking at price column, you'll see below, you all seen a zero somewhere there in row 1367. Would you all leave that there? Would you all delete that, and why? Now, for pivot tables, you need raw data. Would you all leave the zero there, or would you all delete the row, guys, and why? If you leave the zero there, ask yourself the consequence. When you say insert pivot table, it's going to pick up that zero in your report. You're going to introduce a blank into your report. All right. So if it was me, I would delete this row. I just showing you the basics of what you're supposed to do now when you're reporting. You all deleted that row, yes? 1367. It should be blank. Go to the top. The profit figure is G2 minus H2. Is that correct? That looking correct to me too, because it taking your revenue and minusing it from this cost of goods sold figure. So that basically is profit, well, it's gross profit or whatever. So that looking correct to me. We could double click to copy down, guys. Double click to copy down. Control down. It went to the last record as well. G minus H. Oh, something they don't tell you. Something they don't tell you. I mean, they tell you to check for formula errors and stuff, but one thing they didn't mention is, are there any other columns you would check for errors in? Anybody? Which column and why? That's what I want to know. Which column would there be errors that could potentially affect your report? Yeah, the dates column would be correct. Why would that be a column to check though? What would be the concern there? What would that cause if you have an error in the date column? If you have dates that are incorrect, there's not dates. When you try to group your data in your pivot table, it's not going to group. There must be dates, all dates. So I would have, from experience, I would have said, well, check the date column. What would be a legitimate way to check for errors in the date column? Filtering. You could filter. Filter is a good way to check for errors because the errors get thrown to the bottom of the list or the exceptions. Then you could deal with it. So if I go here, I would say data filter at the top. And if we filter on that date column, we click the filter button, you'd realize that all the dates except one was legitimate. So let's see what is the problem with that one. We would unselect all. We would unselect all, and then we would just tick that off. All the other dates fell into years except this one. What's the problem with this date, guys? The month came first. Well, that won't be right in my case because in my case, look at my computer clock. The region setting for my computer is month, day, year. You all there? And that will be the default setting for the format here. Yours might be day, month, year, but mine is month, day, year. So a good guess, but it wouldn't be the issue. February 2021 did not have a leap year, guys. Right? So that was a mistake there. So, I mean, it could be either one or two things. We had to make an assumption. It could be that that transaction should have been entered in the last date for the month, or it could have been for the first day in the following month. You all there match. So I'm gonna assume it should have been entered on the last day of the month. Now, if your computer clock have month, day, year, then how you enter it here? If it's Monday year, you could just go here and change the 29 to 28, and that would work fine, right? You would see that this converted to a date. You would see date here. So if you have day month here on your computer clock, you will have to enter the day slash the month and slash the year. You'll have to re-enter the whole thing. So see if you do that and see if you want to check to see just now if you're getting a date. You all clear? So you want to go to the filter button, clear filter from date. You all there? Now, an easy way to check to see if your date's correct, because you have the filter button here, is that if you click back on the date, everything went in now to 21 and 20. Did that work for everybody? Anybody have it otherwise? You need to say no, because if you have it otherwise, then your report's not going to work now, basically. Right? All my dates rolling into years, all right, because we fix it. Anybody need help? All right, no say I didn't ask. So knowing what we now know, I would probably, now that we did the basic fixes, I would probably go to the data menu and take off the filter. Best practice would say convert the raw data to a what? What should we convert the raw data to, guys? Obviously a data table. All right, so you could go in one cell of the data and press what? Control and T. So that would allow you to convert it to a table. It picking up the range of the data. My table has headers. It recognizing the headers. Click OK. Now sometimes you convert stuff to data tables, but the color scheme not showing up. You all seen that? It is a table, and you know it's a table because we see in the table design menu at the top. But for whatever reason, and really is the overlay of formatting on the sheet overlaying the data table format. So how we fix that? I'm just trying to show you some of the problems. We would just click on the sheet selector at the top here, which is this little button between A and 1. And you would go to the home menu and change the fill color to no fill. Change the fill color to no fill. The top row should really be white. So if it was me, I would highlight the cells here and change the font color to white. So I'll probably go a few rows after. You had to add on some rows. Yeah, go ahead. The button between A and 1, that'll be here, A and 1. You click on that button, that would highlight the whole sheet. Then you could go here in the home menu. They call it the sheet selector button. Yeah. You need to change the fill color to no fill. Yeah, this is your highlighted sheet, and then the fill color is in the home menu here. Change it to no fill. All right. So I'll give you all a minute again. Next thing you want to do after you do that is probably give the table an appropriate name. So probably carrying a generic name now because we didn't assign a name. So you could probably call this on that table design. Probably call it something like CUST underscore data. If you go in your table design menu, remember the name stored on the left here. Type the name and hit enter for that name to get assigned to the table. Ah? Oh, okay. Yeah, they have a resize button for it. In table design, you would see resize table would allow you to select if the range had expanded. But normally, by default, once you type whatever here, it should auto include it in the table. So we'll see that behavior here, but maybe sometimes it will happen. Well, they have a resize table button for you. If you have like data in anywhere in between, that would stop it from resize. Data issue, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm with you. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, the next thing we want to do is go to the case data, sector data. So we fix up this as a table. We need to get this one fixed as a table. Now, honestly, like I just trying to give you all best practice. So like if you're building reports and you're using the data in tables, or whether you even have raw data in the sheet, I tend to do one start like over here they start from column C. I would have started from column A. So what you want to do is highlight column B like so, highlight across back to the left on the sheet selector button, right click and say delete. So basically that will put your what was in C in A. So make sure you have what was in C and A now. Let me know when you're all ready. All right. Convert this to a table. So you had to press Control T. In one cell of the data, which is the 08 case data sheet, put your cursor in one cell data, press Control T. My table has headers, so click OK. Um, the fill color here should be white by default, so that didn't happen. I just changed it here to white. Give your table, yeah, yeah. To delete the column, you need to highlight the columns before column B and highlight across to the sheet selector button because it have a hidden column A now. And then right click and delete. So that will delete all the columns, bring your data back to A. Let me know if you get that, Carlisle. Did you select column B and highlight back to the sheet selector button? Yeah, you need to highlight like so and back to the sheet selector button at the top here. Up to that, and then you right click and say delete. So that should leave A and B now as the columns with data. Yeah. You need to convert the data to a table and format it as a table coloring. Remember, guys, don't try to do these things parrot fashion. Understand why and what. So why I'm making you all do this? Why you think I'm making you all do this? Why would I want you all to convert these things to tables? Huh? Well, I want to bring across the sector information to here. Right? So I want when I write the formula, it should auto propagate down the column. That's why I have this one as a table. The other thing is I want to bring the information here without having to $sign anything here and come to the sheet and select it. That's why I have this one as a table. There's a reason for why I do what I do. So make sure you're clear about the reason, right? We could actually, because we made this into a table and because we're going to give it a name here now, we don't need to go to this other sheet here to pull in the information. We could be right here and do it. So it have two reasons why, right, that I want to do that. So in this sheet, guys, the case sector data sheet, you all should have formatted it. Go to table design and change the name. Change the name in this in sheet 08. Change the name of the table to something like SEC underscore data. SEC underscore data. My standard is like for naming tables is everything should be in column. You know, in common. Sorry, not column. I say. All right, common. Everybody there? Hit enter. Right, so the sector data, SEC underscore data. Is somebody had a question? Uh-huh. You tell me what we supposed to do, Carlisle, to get it in a table. Let me hear. Nah, you could put your cursor in any cell of the data. Not right click. Your shortcut is what? Control and the letter T. That is what we're using all the time. Control and T to convert regular raw data to a table. Yeah. Try that. All right. You need to rename your table. So you go to table design menu and you need to name your table there. You would see where I am on my screen, the table name menu. You would go there and type the name of the table. I call it sec underscore data and hit enter. Let me know when you do that. All right, okay. Now remember how you name it if you capitalize or common. Anyway, I have a way to know. So if you go back to sheet 07, it have two things we want to do. We want to get a column with the last name here. So type last name. I'll just take the filters off at the top. Column J, type last name, guys. Rakesh, you watch out for Antilina call, right? Let me know when you're all here. You want to get the last name. Now, I didn't tell you all this, right? But the first place they started to build artificial intelligence in the Microsoft suite of products was actually in Excel. So back in 2013, they actually built in pattern recognition in Excel, right? So you could actually extract the last name from the full name here by typing. So let's type for in this cell in J2, let's type Murphy, and then in J3 the last name would be Evans. Now notice as I start typing Evans, you all seeing the other names kind of filling in below, kind of faintly. So if you hit enter here, it would auto propagate the names down the column. So they call that flash fill. That came in Excel in 2013. So yeah, even though you're using 16, Kevin, 26, it should be there. All right. Everybody else should get it automatically. Any questions or any problems anybody had, let me know. Oh, well, that is a what version you working with? Nah, 365 have that. So all right, one or two people didn't get it. So like the shortcut is, so if you type Evans, what happens? Nothing. All right, so undo, go back to the beginning. Let me just check this. So type Murphy. Matter type Almo. The shortcut for flash fill is Control E, maybe not active. The next name is Evans. As you type Evans, press Control and the letter E as in egg. All right, good. Yeah, yeah. All right. So yeah, you all had to press Control E as you start typing, right? Yeah. So once you start seeing it, then you hit enter. It would automatically populate. So that means everybody got through. Yes. Anybody didn't get through? Now is the time to say. Well, I mean, yeah, in earlier versions, you would have to press Control and the letter E to activate it. So Flash Fill is also in your menu. Let me see. My brain forgetting, but Yeah, if you're on your home menu, you will see it just under auto somewhere. You see the drop arrow. There's an option there called flash fill. Yeah. All right. So I'm assuming everybody got that. Um, if you didn't get it, the other option would have been to like use the text after formula, like what I used before. Or if you didn't have that, you could actually copy and split, which is what I showed you all before. You all there? Yeah. No. It should work with regular data. Yeah. It have two reasons why I use the data table. One is for the whole thing of having values or formulas propagate down. Because this one is a table, it would automatically do that. And then the other reason is when I want to pull information from elsewhere, this will facilitate doing that automatically without having to go to the other table. All right. So over here, we want to get sector information and start typing sector. Right. Widen this a little bit. The sector, Kimberly, okay there? We had a question. No? Yeah. Nah, no pressure. All right. I think most of you all are custom using VLOOKUP, right? So we'll probably use that. The formula would be equal to VL, equal to VL. Hit tab. So what we looking up for? Sorry? What would be the common field between the sector data sheet and the sales data sheet? What would be the common field? Anybody? What would be the common field between the two tables, guys? You had to be the customer full name. So just click on that. Normally it would be like a customer ID and a full name. But that is just how it was here. Comma. And we move into the table array. Now the table array would be what in our example? It would be the sector sec underscore data table. You all there? So you could just start typing SEC and you'll realize it will start limiting the data. And there is actually, if you use your down arrow key, that table there called sec underscore data. You all seen it? As you start typing SEC, if you put underscore, it will be the only one that will come up. Exactly how you type it. Well, what you want. So that is it. You hit tab to pick it up. Comma, what will be the column index number? It had to be 2 because the second column in your sec underscore data table have the sector names. And the range lookup, so comma, the range lookup would be what, guys? The range lookup would be 0 because you want a exact match, you all there? And put a close bracket. Now, just to point out, because I use a table, I don't need to F4 anything or anything like that because it's always going to be looking up in that range, you all there? I don't need to dollar sign anything. And the other thing is it will search wherever in the file it sees that table and then pull the information from the second column in the table while making a match with the first column, which has the names. So if I hit enter here, because this is a table, that formula should auto propagate up and down the column. You all there? I we, yeah, Yeah, I just chose to write out the formula. If I wanted the box to appear, right, I would have had to go and say equal. I didn't press the FX button, so let me just go back here. If I wanted to use the box method, it would be equal to VL, and I would have hit tab. I didn't hit tab. Well, should be equal to VL tab, and then I would have had to click FX, and I would call up the box. What I tried to do was to write it out, show you how to write it out, just plain writing it out to do the same thing. If you write it out, the table names would show up now. When you're using the box method, the table names don't show up. Yeah, go ahead. No problem. Put it in the box save. That will help you any. Now, if your data table name different from mine, obviously you're gonna get error. Like I call mine sec underscore data and I commonalize everything. If yours was capitalized with one letter and whatever, you need to spell it appropriately. You need to go and check your table name. So there's a shorter way to write the formulas using tables. You could shorten the whole VLOOKUP experience. And I use the click method together with the manual method to create the formula. All right. So we did all those things before on the first day. Let me know when you're all ready. I'm going ahead again. Anybody need help? Let me know. No, another. Hello? Uh huh. Well, remember you're supposed to use the little formatting below to tell you where you are, right? So the sheet name is called table array. Are you seeing that? Like in writing your formula? So you had to put comma after that. And then you go and you put the column index number, which would be 2. And then a comma after that, and then put 0. 0 would be the range lookup, which would be exact match. You want to find exactly that name in the customer, in the sector data table. All right, so your formula should have gone all the way down. Now, I'm just going to put back my filters here. I took it off. If I go data filter here, you will see here, if I click on the filter button, now, even though I did this, because it's a VLOOKUP, I would still want to check for errors. You all there? So if you click the filter button here, on select all, you could select, and there are errors. So if you click number sign any, that will take us to these errors here, right? All the errors get thrown to the bottom. Click OK. So we have two names with errors, Ethan G. Zhang and Jaime C. Gutierrez. You all seen that? You all seen that, guys? All right. So, I mean, if I had to do it over, I probably should have used something like trim, or I could have used something that would get rid of the errors, right? I could have used Power Query or something to fix the data, but we didn't fix anything. And so now we have these three errors, but it's not much to fix. Two errors, actually, two names. So if we look at this name here in the 07 sheet, if we look at the name, you'll see, Kevin, you okay? All right. You'll see at the end here, the name looks okay. There are no spaces, errors in the names and stuff like that. So in the 07 sheet, that is okay. That name is spelled correctly. Go to the 08 sheet and look for that name. So if I put the filter on here in the 08 sheet, well, it on already. The 08 sheet, if I put the filter on here, drop arrow, go to the search box and I type Ethan space G. You already see that there is an error there. You all see that? So if we click OK, we would need to fix the space here. You need to backspace once between G and Zhang and hit enter. So that would fix the name on the 08 sheet. And if you go back to the 07 sheet, those two names should have come in here. See if you all getting that. Your name should have matched in the 07 sheet. Did you all get it matched? Anybody didn't get it matched? I'm going to ask it in the negative. So sorry? Yeah, no, I'll just under the auto sum button. You go on your home menu, you will see a little drop button. Rakesh will show you there. You'll see the last item there is called flash fill. So while you're typing, you should, yeah, you might have to click it if it wasn't. So what, it didn't work for you? Sorry? You figure it out. All right, okay. All right. Guys online, everybody okay? Syra, how you going there? I like it. Yeah. You had to be one of the only person who do the advanced and then come back and do intermediate. You rough. Is this easier to follow than the advanced or about the same or I don't know. Okay, good. Yeah, Sarah did the advanced course first and that was probably heavy because she realized that people think well advanced Excel is easier stuff like pivot tables and macros and thing, but no, that is not advanced. Yeah, yeah. Who's that? Let me see who's that there. Vishanti. Who does? Alana, you do the advance with me? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. All right. There's three of you all. But how this one going for you? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so sometimes this more appropriate and then you go on to advance after. You master this, then you go on. So now the next thing to do is to look to see where the error is for Jaime Gutierrez. All right, anybody could tell me where the error is. Let me see if you're all good. Give you all a minute to. All right, so somebody who is this? There's I had to kind of flip to see who it is talking, right? Jamil. So Jamil saying here what? The error is not in the 08 sheet. She's saying the error is on the 07 sheet. So if you look in the 07 sheet, Jaime C. Gutierrez, if we go in that cell and we press F2, we double click on the cell, you'll see an extra space in the end of the name. So like after Gutierrez, there's an extra space there. We need to backspace once and hit enter, and then we get a match. So the error in this case with this name is on the 07 sheet. So sometimes the error could be in your lookup table report, or sometimes the error could be in the table array. Everybody with me? Could be both ways, causing a mismatch. So I mean everybody should have these three now fixed. Is that correct? Or anybody have problems? Let me know. Now this case it designed like I designed this case over 15 years ago. And it's still relevant today. Weird enough. And we only so far all we're doing is data fixing. We haven't reached the stage to create any report. You all ready or you need a minute? When I now started to like train, I had to look back at like problems people encounter in work now. So the case really was to try to pull together like all these different little ideas that we look at in the course. So you'll see how we use it. Well, the error check inside. We could take this filter off. I'm assuming everybody finished. So we have a final table with all the data that we need to produce the report that they ask us for. All right, to do this first report. So maybe we could give this one a shot, create the report before lunch, maybe. Let me know when you're all ready and we'll go ahead. Mm-hmm. All right, good. Now, guys, like I tell you, everything is built up. So if you reach here, you're in trouble. You end up just watching on the screen. So I taking my time. This is about the slowest I has ever go. All right. To create the report, go back to the requirements. They want to create a report for a specific year, broken down by months and quarters, by sector, by customer last name. Actually, this is something I feel I could give you all to do. You all did pivot tables already, right? You all try to build this report. I did all the hard work for you all with the cleaning up and getting the data right. Let's see if you all could do this first report. So I'll give you all 10 minutes to do this. Done yet very clear here what they want, so it's up to you to build the report. This one is my 10-minute clock. Okay, guys. So how you all got through? You all were able to do the first part? Hello? All right. So let me see. I'm probably had to send you the file I using. All right. So you wouldn't be out as such. So let me just email you this file. So what you all could do, guys, everybody could do this. I'm assuming you all have the data correct. If you want, we will do it together. So you just move the data to a new file and right click, move or copy on the name. So that's the 07 is it that have the case data. You want to create a copy in a new book and click OK. So this will give you the file here. The only thing you want to do here, in my opinion, is just change the, I would hard code the sector information. So like to select a column in a data table, which is column K, if you want to hard code it now, the shortcut is Control and Space Bar. Once in one cell of the data, Control and the Space Bar will select the whole column. Control C to copy. Control Control C to copy, and then I mean for you all, I use keyboard shortcuts. You could go paste as values, and that will hard code it. All right. So let me just email the file. All I'm asking you all to do is to create a copy of this sheet in a new workbook, and then I just gonna email this to who is it that didn't get it? Nicole. All right, I'll send it to you. Anybody else need my one? I guess I know. Um, so I'll just call this data for exercise. All right. I'll probably just call it sales report. I'll just call it sales report because that's what it is. We're gonna build the reports in here. All right, and let me email you that. It'll be plenty cool boy. NICH, right? Good, thanks. All right, so there's only one of you. All right, and this will be us. We just need to attach this. Anybody else need me to send this to them? Say no, you know. If you feel your file have errors or whatever, now is the time to say. All right, Nicole, you should get it in 1 second. Some serious rain here. You all have rain, or I feel current to go just now. Now I'm gonna call thing on myself. But if current go, don't worry. We have backup generator to the building, so I might be out for 5 minutes, but I'll come back up. So stay online. Guys, it's just about 12:03. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put the clock on, and after lunch for 1 hour, I'll put the clock up, and after lunch we'll come back to the work. You all okay with that? You all can put on the lights if you want in class. Yeah? All right, guys. So see you all back. Remind me to start back the recording. Just pause it here.
tried to register Azure Grammar School, Keenan, Saffron Hills, Singing Wells, and one of the top schools in the area. So I said, well, I tried 6 schools, I must get through one, right? But I don't know anybody, I don't have any affiliation, or anything like that. And I refused from all. You get refused from all? And you live in the area. And I live in the zone, you know? Oh, that's how you feel as a parent. You have to do orientation for your child and you never went through that. That was all right. So yeah, at primary school, you have to do orientation and you have kids. I have nephews and I've heard stories. Yeah. When you go orientation, that they do is this. Can you identify blocks, squares, colors? So there's a primary school just opposite where I live, literally across the street. I went to that primary school. Wow. And it's not really a good school. When I said, from when I went to now, I live in Raleigh, so I know what we know. The standard has dropped even more. And I had no choice. I had to register out there because true. That you look this I get because we're right there. And so she went there from food yeah. I have old school. Someone I went to school with back in Zimbabwe when I went to school. It just happened to me and that was chef. And we were just talking all along, telling my wife about this time, about his kids and whatever. And he told me where his kids to school. That was like a year after, so she already went to the school for food fair. And he told me can he apply to them, or that to afford it and try to afford it and use them as their expensive. Yeah, as I told you, there was a lot of things I sacrificed in the school to pay for. Yeah, in terms of myself and house stuff and all that. Wife okay too? Yeah, she's working bank. So you know how many bank is paid. So that's tough. But we make the choice to sacrifice our things, what we want, for the I said, you can't tell what. So I will drive out with people. Not for that. Then you're from there to the way over to the right. Yeah, we go hold up on me, we get out of the house and that kind of thing. Sacrifices it is a big picture. Yeah, because like for me and even my growing up, we would have seen where we were limited because of education. Yeah, because of what the parents could afford. My parents didn't afford to send me to university, so I just had to work afterwards. You know, guys, what it is, right? Yeah, but sometimes simple lessons after school. Because I think those lessons when I went to school before. I had my standard 4, standard 3 doing lessons. No, I know my time lessons will come in at standard 5 and you will prepare to come in at Tosino. That would be no here. Not in standard 1 or second year. Nah, you don't put that. You even lessons. So even that, those type of things is like you want money. So this was money. Yeah. Right? I had 3 boys there. I had to spend lessons month for them to do. No, and the lessons was, is this 300 now? It's 300 or something. No? Depends on like, if they bring out like, one of them is $100 a class. Yeah. Okay, that's 1-on-1. Yeah. Oh. Because if we get, well, the school like doing the work by there, doing the work from the lesson. And the teachers and employees that attend their lessons. So the different works is like you're shooting in front and they can't complain because they were back off. Packages are rather active around the internet. $100 is I used to pay to the general lessons. I always knew school was $100 a session, so like a 1-hour session. Then over 100 for me was 3 months. I love that. It doesn't matter whether we have. And that way take lessons. And that way take for them. That way you got to do your assessment. So that you be doing churn on it. You know the older folks look at it is that the older the bigger family have, the more you get support, they support everybody, everybody's a little together. My mom is 113. Yeah. That's what they still know. One of the one city. So we see that education, and I say I don't want to grow up limited. You tell the father, tell me that we say well. So what I can say to you, but I really want to take the education now. Rather than do for different reasons. It isn't fault that everyone was very sick. One of you really didn't like the book. But always like so they apply different of this, they do different things and so. You can't even for that, nobody have that. I think this is kind of studies that was in that area. There was in a story and the man said, Lord, say, well, you want to help me sell that book. And the younger ones were just put the younger ones say, if they are going to sell that book, we got education. And how they structure it within themselves, younger ones they go and do the academic, but anything he wants, he will get. Anything he needs to build up his business, anything he needs to market him, they will do because that is not make that sacrifice. They make them commit sacrifice each other. Guys, if they don't see that kind of fast, it is that kind of money. But that's how they do something. Yeah, like I was, for example, I have one of my best friends. So we were coming together, and we grew up from same circumstances, poor parents. And he failed coming and in that time, sometimes depending on how the board get one chance. So he had one chance. He failed, I passed on my first year. And his father sent him to do trade auto air conditioning. Sorry, not auto air conditioning, refrigeration. And I went to school, right? And look, like now, I was in a warehouse in England. He's a millionaire, the condition business. No, that's because he have a Porsche and a Benz and a Fita vehicles, he have a Facebook cars. Yes. I always use him as the example that that's true. Sometimes he ain't good at money. You know good at money. Yeah, that is it. You might take the books now. I do real proud that he feel that you have been growing up on that mountain. Yeah, maybe that wasn't you. That wasn't for me. So and he experienced success. So books is not for everybody. Books is not for everybody, and I would give my advice to you. I should say that. I like entrepreneurship and doing things on your own, like we talk about. I find people like that. And sometimes I feel people like that a lot of the times brighter than people who actually just go into books and you had everything now, but you didn't have everything. You fight up with your circumstances. Yeah, problem solving skills. Bigger the book need. Yeah. What I want, so the book tell me. Most of the time you see books here, they kind of focus here and you don't really think independent and they kind of dependent on stuff. Good. Like I was telling my wife about here and she honestly I never know about her, right? I don't so. And I was telling her, I said, most people wouldn't I don't know your story, but say most people wouldn't do some of the things you do, like leave a good job. That's true. And entrepreneurship. Yeah, that's how I'm doing. That was very, very difficult. And that's it. The senior program in school. No one take risk and take. But you're speaking about people wouldn't understand what you're doing, and they said it to me secondly, you was hustling. They didn't just sit down and say, each other come to you. The good thing is that sometimes you watch your parents. I see what my father had to do to start a business. And what it was. And I see the struggles that he faced. Sometimes he would leave home before 5 a.m. coming home 9 o'clock in the night, eating every day from Sunday to Sunday. No Rakesh no father. You could tell them about it. Even up to now, he can't sit down against character. I had begging that, But I'm not getting at 5. Because now when they walk in, they took it I'm going back and forth. Definitely like enjoy that. But most people make it a good salary. They will build buy a house or whatever and provide. They take that kind of risk. No, I just get bored fast. So like for me, and I think what helped me was what kind of reignited the spark to going home thing was where last school they were very entrepreneurial, like the bosses, and I was working directly with them. So it kind of tell me what the them could do, I could try something and do something eventually. So you see what they try something, they try. But it was hard to do your own thing. I mean, I don't consider myself to be a thinker. All I have here is nice work because honestly, if I sit back and I think about all what we cannot do, I would have never be able to do it. But I had that as a vision, and I have a vision for yourself. That's somebody was saying that in the country now, entrepreneur and I will give business that every day when you start at zero, it's always $0. Yeah, you don't have no guarantee. You have no guarantee. To be, you don't have anything coming in, so you have to kind of make opportunity. So what I see like is a hustle. You have to have a hustle mentality. If you don't have that hustle mentality, forget it. That is not for you because you have to get up every day and find that way to get some food. So that's why I'm doing it. I had that. I'm not saying I don't know anything like that. It's just how it is. I don't know. I never really look out for the big set of money and it was whatever I think in university because I believe in education and development and that was the thought. So then the pandemic happened and then they had to restructure the fund. Yeah, but when the pandemic, so opportunities come before that because we had to, I had team up with some other lecturers and we started learning about online and how to do the training online. Yeah, I was kind of backward and I had Zoom. Like this year I get some opportunities with the project management institute in California, SPUS, and now I do sessions. Well, you can learn that. From here, yeah, when people hear where I'm from, they like, there's some backward place. When I tell my forwards ahead of your time, they want to know which part is that? Forwards ahead. Yeah, for about 3 or 4 hours ahead of this moment. So as we show, yes, let's begin. Right. So I used to run like a basic Excel course, but that's not one day now. I said I used to run a basic Excel course, like one day, but that sorry, sure. So what do you think? If I go outside fountain, but outside teach. But in our fountain, you have to do somewhere to store data and stuff. And it's really cheaper overnight to do it online courses. For Peachtree account, that's software that you're good, right? No, I never did Peachtree and it passed when I was doing results. Everybody got a Peachtree. When you go on SPCS, $3,000. Then they say, well, and by the time she had a package for $300. Right? Now, a package is very concise, but an application pulled out the information. I was like, all this come from the pandemic because not everybody is willing to go to none of them could afford to go to SPCS now. Everybody can afford to go there. They could afford to go there. Yeah, and then on top of that too, I have a thing where you go to class and you're physically present. Like when you come from work and you're physically present, but you're mentally thinking about maybe court or whatever. Okay, yeah. All right. Bye. Okay, guys. So where we start, where we next is rated zombie. At New York, no?
Say so? Probably some parts in the other side. Okay. So like I said, areas where they have reported problems also probably like on the other side of the chapter have the problems. Hello, Vicky. Yeah, hi, good evening. I think you have me on my service. Yeah, who are you looking for? Nah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, yes, in Scanner we expect that compound as you say, is that it's a short while. How fast this increase can flood up? Into the park. What time of people did you last see? Roughly after lunch or before lunch? Yeah, that's fine.
sorry, you should work quite fast on the long term. Oh. So I think department and we got in trouble because all of us had never in trouble. This time, people that let us out, people that let us out. And then when it come on, like when it come on, everything, all the ACs was on, was on, and everything pulled up all the time. Yeah, like it's happened, but you can have, yeah. Was it first time ever? But it's the new, we never really seen that last one. Yeah. You're on the shop online.
Okay, guys, we just about ready to restart. You all had a good lunch? Anybody there?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Good. Good. So what I did before lunch was that I would have asked you all, I think, to. Oh, let me record. Thank you. So let me Coda's still on, yeah. Yes. So what we did before lunch was that we would have created the data for the report. Nicola, you got the
Yeah, I got the result.
All right, good. So everybody should have the data here. I call my file we saved over the sales report, and I'm assuming everybody would have done that too. Right, so in terms of what they asked, we wanted to build the first report. You all should have built the first report. So they said they wanted a report of sales split by months and quarters for 2020. And they wanted a subsection under each sector sorted by the customer's last name. So to build the report, let me see what you all did. You all would have said, anybody think they got it out? Would have been insert pivot table on that data. So we have the pivot table field list here. They wanted a report by sector and then by last name. So at least you should have gotten that. Once you tick those two, they would go into rows. What figures they wanted to report on would have been sales figures. So we had to tick revenue. Revenue is a numeric field. And then to break down the figures, they wanted it broken down by what? Quarter and month. Now, if you drag date into columns, the figures will group. But we actually want years in filters. You had to drag years into filters. And what you will remain with, you would see quarters and date. Now, the reason why you're seeing quarters and you're seeing date in the pivot table field list here is because we didn't group by date. If you break it down here, date is assumed to be month, and that's what we see in here, quarters and months. So to fix in the grouping, what you could do is right click on one of the quarters, right click on one of the quarters. So years in filters, quarters and date would have been in columns, sector and last name would have been in rows, revenue would have been in values. I'm saying to get the date here to show as months, you'd have to right click on one of the quarters and go to group. Right click on one of the quarters, go to group, and you could tick days. So if you tick days here, the data is roughly for how long? Nearly 2 years. Click OK. Right? And we need to drag out date. So you would see in columns, we have back years, move that into filters. We have quarters, months, and we have date in columns. Take date off, right? We don't need date. So you would end up with quarters and months. Yeah. Alana, like you having some internet trouble, Gil. Was that rain power went out? Yeah, yeah. The internet in a spotty. So quarters and months here, years in filters. In rows they have sector and last name. See if you all get that. Yeah, to get months, like I said, I would have right click on one of the quarter headers and said group. And I would have ticked these because months, quarters, years would have been ticked already. Yeah. And then untick date from your list. Once you group it, you could untick date from your list. And that will leave you with quarters and months here, sector and last name here, and revenue here. Yeah, okay. Kimberly, you get it? Online, who need our help? Let me know. If you're not sure what you're doing, now is the time to ask, all right? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, who's it? Somebody had a question? Okay, I guess I was no. Yeah, hi. Yeah, right. Where are you at? Well, you would have to say insert pivot table, right? On the data. Start with that. You would have had to say insert pivot table here and click OK. And then you need to put sector and last name in rows, revenue in columns, and the revenue in values. And in column you will put date. Let me know when you do that. Carlisle, right? So let me know when you finish so we'll get through. You ready? Or no? Mm-hmm. Right. So once we finished it, you group the dates. You need to right click on one of the quarter one, maybe here, and go to group and tick these as well. So you have months, quarters, years. You need to tick these. Right click on quarter one, click group, select these, click OK. So you would have years, quarters, months, date in columns. You need to untick date. Like I do have date ticked here. You need to untick it. Drag years up to filters and leave quarters and months in columns. So let me know when you get that, Carla. For those of you all who want to progress on, everybody else finish. Just you could probably format the numbers, put the dash instead of the zeros and stuff like that to line up in the report. Format your numbers so that no decimal place. You could probably use the accounting number format. Make sure your dashes line up properly in your report. Right, so the next step would be to format the numbers. You could right click on any number. You want to go to pivot table options. For empty cells, show 0. For empty cells, show 0. Alright, right click on the pivot table in a cell. You want to go to pivot table option, and then from that menu, for empty cells show, you put in 0. To get the accounting number format applied, you just right click on any number format. You want to choose accounting, no decimal places. Right, so this should be a 0. Symbol would be none. Click OK. So that'll give you a lined up report. The report not, is it correct? Well, the year, you need to filter by year. So instead of years all, you should choose what? 2020, because that's what they told you. You wanted to report for 2020, click OK. What will be the next problem? Anybody? Anything else that they asked for that we didn't do? I'm seeing one thing. Yeah, and you had to read back the question what they asked for. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what wasn't done here? Mm-hmm. Now we're in part one, Just part one. I want to know what not done. Anybody? You'll have to read carefully. I'm saying I'm seeing something that not done. And you all seen anything? Danuta, you seen anything that not done based on what they asked for on your report?
I just checking back the question.
Yeah, you had to check the question. How about the pivot table people? Sean, you seen anything? I don't know if Sean back. Probably get keep back in work. Camilla, you seen anything that wrong or that need fixing?
No, I'm not sure.
All right, so watch this. The report clearly said, they clearly said to sort the data by what? By sector and then my last name, right? So what wrong here? The sector sorted properly. Guys, is last name sorted properly? Well, for the most part it is. Well, it's not sorted out by last name. If you sorted by last name, you have son at the top, so obviously it's not sorted by last name. Y'all there? Everything else sort except son. Anybody could tell me why? Oh, son here too. Son was in oil and gas too. So the son wasn't sorted properly. No, it shouldn't. Even if you right click on one of the items here and you tell it to sort A to Z, that's not gonna work. So this is another pivot table glitch. Anybody could tell me how to fix that? Well, There are a couple ways. So one is you could actually move the record down to where it should go. So like if you look in financial services, Sun is somewhere between Subram and Suri. You all there? So now this will only work with a pivot table. That is a little trick. So like if you're on that name, so let's say you wanted to move the record from above to below Sun, you could actually type and move the record without overwriting any of these. So if Sun should go between Subram and Suri, I could go in the cell by Subram and type the word Sun here, S-U-N. When I hit enter, look at what happens. The record moves from above and it places itself between Subram and Suri. So it fixed on top. It fixed below it in another category here, oil and gas. Right? Look, Sun went here. And then it fixed in wherever else it should have been. Between Suarez and Surya have Sun in this category, manufacturing. So that is one way to fix it, but that is not really the proper way. You'll see that? You could move a record by typing in a pivot table. Right? That's something you might be interested in. Not many people know that, but with pivots you could do that. Right? It's not like typical Excel. I'm just gonna undo that though. You all don't really know much about pivot tables, so you wouldn't know these things. I spent a few years using it, thoroughly to realize what happening here. Now the question is, why is it misbehaving in this way? Mm-hmm. Y'all seen something that wrong? Anything wrong with the data or anything like that? So if you look in the data, look here. Right? Sun showing up. Not here. Not there. Where's sun, man? Yeah, it's correct. It's in the correct place here though. Why is it not in the correct place here? And that actually is a pivot table thing. Right? There is a ordering for the sorting of records, which a pivot would do that wouldn't happen in a data table. You always see this if you use pivot tables enough. I mean, for many years I wondered why would that happen, and I could never fix it because it's not like the data bad, it's not wrong. When you check it back, it is a pivot table thing. So the pivot table thing is the fact that custom lists stored in Excel take precedence in sorting before alpha lists. You all there? So what I mean by that, Sun is actually a custom list stored in Excel. Sun, Mon, Tu, Wed, THU, FRI is a custom list stored in Excel. So basically, it do a parity sort by days of the week relative to our alpha sort, which is A to Z. You all understand what I'm saying? There's a pivot table thing. You always see that now. They don't tell you these things. So I telling you all from experience. I spend real years. Sorry? Well, I'll repeat. Any custom list. So if it had like stored as a custom list, this one is days of the week, but it would also have a custom list months of the year. There's another custom list that's stored Jan, Feb, March. All right, so those things sorted in preference. So if you're seeing things sorted that you're not expecting, more likely than not, it's sorted. Is a custom list item that there at the top. You all with me or no? It's sounding like you're confused, man. Nobody answering. Well, you seen Sun here. The way to fix the custom list, is just once you go in the pivot table, right click anywhere, go to pivot table options. You're going to disable it and then fix it. You go to pivot table options and you will see an option here called um, called total and filters. Go to totals and filters. You will see by default something which says use custom lists when sorted. Use custom lists when sorted. You all seen that?
Yeah.
So on ticket, right? So try and resort your data now. Does it work? Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's something that would I remember I was supposed to be showing you all the things that people don't know. That will kind of trip you up when you're doing these reports, right? So just checking back to see if we did everything they said. Report by sector, split by months and quarters for 2020. The report should include a subsector under each sector sorted by customer's last name. All right. So that is more or less correct. So what we will do here, so this is report one. So this would be something like, we'll probably call it PT dash customer sales. You all there? PT dash customer sales. Let me know if you all get this. The second report, we could move to the second report, or any questions on this one before I move on, guys? The second report that they asked for said use the above report to get separate reports of sales for each sector showing monthly sales by customer. You all think you could do this one or no? You all remember what we did for this one? This one is called the segmented report technique, which we did the last day. So I'll give you all um, 5 minutes to do this. It shouldn't take you longer than that. Shonam, we build an audio reports, right? I don't know if you're there. Um, so in case you miss it, well, we're doing part two. I'm giving them 5 minutes to look at part two. But for part one, they said to create a report for sales by sector showing the split by months and quarters. What the report was this here, and this was my field list. So you could ask any questions you want. I'll show up the field list. All right, no problem, no problem. So they on part two. They see bothering you all in the back. You're looking happy like papi. Oh, yeah, I guess that is it. One 5 ton unit supposed to be, yeah. Remember, this room could hold about 60. Well, when no, here was supposed to be like a big lab, so like it was going around U shape. That's why the plugs and I'm on the ground here. So yeah, so you could plug in inside and whatever, but I mean it flexible, the room flexible for what you want to do. What happened is we rent out a half of the building and then the boardroom well recently. So I had to move some of the furniture here. Anybody got all the report? So we could probably do this one together. If you didn't get it out by now, you probably will not get it out. So they said here, you want to look at separate reports of sales for each sector, showing monthly sales by customer. So what that means is if you go to the data, you could create the report. It will be insert pivot table. You go to the data, insert pivot table. So everybody should have been able to do this. All right. take off the grid lines. Well, that's what I do anyway. View grid lines. I like a clean sheet. Now, whatever you want to get a separate report of or by, you want a separate report for each what, guys?
Sector.
Sector. So where should we put sector?
In filter.
In filters. Very good. And the report would need to show what?
Customer.
The customer, right? So we want the customer full name and it will be the sales amount, right? So the sales amount, I had to go where that is, that'll be revenue. Now I had to go here and then they want to get monthly sales. So you want a breakdown by month, a columnar breakdown. You'll have to put month here, but this is not good enough because this is consolidated sales for 2022 and 2021. So above month, you will have to put years. Years. And what that will do is it will give you the sales by year, by month. So this is how your field should look. And we call this the PT dash sector all. It should really be the all sector report. All right, PT dash all sector report. Years, months here, full name here, revenue here, sector here. But we need to get separate reports on separate sheets. I would have fixed up the number formatting first. If it was me personally, I would right click on any cell, go to number format, change it to accounting, no decimal place, symbol would be none. Right click on any number, pivot table options. For empty cell, show 0. The best. Did you all get this or we could move on or no? You all need a minute again or no? Move on. All right, okay. To get separate reports on separate sheets, anybody care to tell me where to go? So we have the all report here. We have sector in filters. To get separate reports and separate sheets, yeah, go ahead, Kimberly. Mm-hmm. You had to click the drop arrow next to options, right? On the pivot table analyze, the drop arrow here, yes. Right. And I will show you only sector here. So just click OK and that should generate all the reports in the sheet. So you would see here, guys, financial services, manufacturing, oil and gas, tourism, all these sectors would be shown here, what the results were. So that's what they call segmented reporting. We did that on the last day. Maybe what, Tuesday? So long ago. And that is how life is. You all ready to do report number 3? Report number 3 said create a report of profitability by customer. In each sectoral group, you're going to compare 2020 with 2021. They said include columns showing variance and percentage variance between 2020 and 2021. Ensure all negative variances below and favorable variances over 20%, so it'll be minus 20% and positive 20%, are red and green flag respectively. So if anything large and negative, minus 20%, red flag, greater than 20%, they want a green flag. So see if you all could create this report here, a profitability report. They're very clear as to what they want. See if you could create this first part here, up to here. If you want, you could look at this too, the variance and variance percentage. So you all have another 5 minutes to do this one. Yeah, guys, you all have a little sweating to do because you realize you won't be able to calculate the variance percentage and the variance between the 2 years. All right, so I just put you all to look at it. I don't know if the pivot table people in class know what to do, but you won't be able to do it how I showed you all. So we'll go ahead with this together rather than frustrate you all, all wicked. So we all have stress. Ah, no, these are what the things I'm putting is practical things that it happened to me over the years. So it really there to show you all some of the glitches and how you kind of overcome them now. Another person would know like this course, remember, is basically from experience. It wasn't when I did the expert course back in the day in Excel. I realized the gaps it had. It wasn't showing people like the practical issues they're going to encounter in work now. So I realized, but literally getting them up. So I remember when I first tell people I was leaving all this work to go and do Excel, people thought I was mad because you're leaving a big high paying job and you go into nothing and you telling me you're going to and them times, yeah, yeah. But I just get bored like kind of fast. So I wasn't happy and I feel like I wasn't helping people in the way that I could then. So sometimes you had to find that thing for yourself that think. I mean, not everybody would do that. And I mean, I wouldn't lie to you all. It was hard to go on my own and I mean, mentally, I'll tell you what I did, right? So mentally, I was prepared to go for 2 years without income just to start up a business and get running because I know all the challenges you will encounter. So you had to kind of bind your back and know that you ain't going to have better roses, right? And you had to really, really want what it is you want for yourself. That is two things I'm very clear about. So not everybody would do that, and even I had challenges. When you come from a background with education, the problem is they don't train you to take risk. You're not trained to take risk. So you don't have most people wouldn't have that kind of hustler mentality to go and start back from scratch. We were just talking about that lunchtime in class. That is a hard thing to do. Looking back. My own wife thought I was kind of thing, but I was fed up with work and whatnot. She was worried because I mean, all we know as educated people is well, you're supposed to go to work and you get a job, you go to school, but that is not the only way in life. There are plenty other ways. All right, so to create this report, how we do this? Um, Profitability by customer, by sector, by customer. But we're only looking at 2 years. All right. So forget months, forget quarters. So to do this, I didn't tell you all this, right? But maybe I should. You could actually use a pivot table to build another pivot table. You could use an existing pivot table to build another pivot table. I didn't do that with you all, so let me just do that. And doing pivot tables, you would know that, right? So if I wanted to use this to build the profitability pivot table, I could make a copy of the file, so sheet. I would drag and make a copy of the sheet and rename it. Right? So I use that drag method. You all need to see how to do that. Eyes online, you all know how to do that? The drag method. Rachel, not sure if they're hearing me, but Psyche.
We hear and you know, but no, we don't know how to do it, so we just waiting patiently.
All right, we'll go with the flow then. So to make an exact copy of an existing sheet, but I don't know how you other people do it, but I would hover on the name of the sheet, hold on control, left click with the mouse, and then drag in the direction that I want the other sheet. So if I want the other sheet here, I will drag it on the name of another sheet. You'll see a little page with a plus sign. Let go of everything. Now I do it very fast now, but in the old days it would be much slower. Right? So once you do that, you would probably call this PT dash. This one would be what? Profit. Right? You could call it profit or profitability report or whatever. Let me know if you all got that. You all got that? Now we need to convert this to a profitability report. Whatever you do here will not affect the customer sales report. That will remain the same. So if I go to the PT profitability report, I need to see, if I right click, I need to see my field list. You might have it showing up, but I didn't have mine. So I had to go right click in the pivot table report, show field list. All right. And then we want to take out revenue and we need to tick profit. All right. They're not interested in months. For that matter, they're not interested in quarters. So we could take those fields out. So we could untick it here, months, quarters. The years, you need to move to columns. They're not interested in last name. You want to get the full name. So this is your pivot table report here. Well, to start with, see if you all reach as far as here, and then we need to get rid of the grand total column and we need to build in the variances column and stuff like that. Here, ready? All right, I'm assuming everybody here. The next thing you want to do, unless anybody said differently, but you want to take off the grand total column. So you could be anywhere in the pivot table report. So you have your cursor in one cell of the pivot table report. And then go to the design menu. So at the top, you will see next to pivot table analyze, you'll see design. And we want to get rid of the grand total column. So we go to the grand totals column on the extreme left of that menu. And we want to say on for columns only. On for columns only. Select that option. So you wouldn't see any more rows with totals. You just see the total columns here. And if you're all good with that. The next step is to format these two columns. Now, we could right click on any one number, as you know, there's only one value in profit. And we could go to number format, number, no decimal places, thousand separator. Let me know if you all get it. All right. What did you all try to do? Anybody tried to get the variance? What you tried to do, Kimberly? So this is where we went the last time to create the variance. We went pivot table, analyze fields, item sets, calculated field. And what you try to do here?
Right. So that's where I want and so I created. So in name I created variance. And then on the formula I realized I could
They would be able to do it because the data, the years, is one column. Remember, this don't really even exist. You actually create years from dates. So it's like a virtual column you create in the data, because the data really is dates. If you go to the data is really, it don't have any years column even, and you're trying to get not years, but you're trying to get 1 year minus the other from that menu. So it's not going to work. At least not in this Excel. You'll have to go to Power Pivots to build calculations like that. But that's beyond the scope of what we're doing. So your question might be, well, how would you do it? Anybody had any other suggestions? Anybody? Going once, going twice. Now we could actually kind of ratchet to put in the column here. So let me see. If we in the data here, you might think, well, you could go to the right here and ratchet and colorize it and stuff. So we could put variance here. And we could probably put variance percentage here. Now, the formula for variance is equal to what? Well, this is our expense, is it? No, this is profit. So it'll be equal to this year, which is the current year, minus the prior year. You all there? If the current year higher, it would be positive. If the current year lower than the prior year, you will get a negative result. Look at the formula being created. All right. So if I hit enter here, it does give you the difference, right, for this cell. But if you try to copy it down, look at the formula you're getting. You all there? So that formula, is creating a lock cell reference to the pivot table, and it's only looking at that one cell because it had coding. If you look at it, the column and the row to look at in the pivot table. So when you copy it down, it's just going to continue looking at those same column and rows. All right. So this formula is not going to work, and they call it a get pivot data formula. Anybody familiar with this? And how do you all get around that? The pivot table people, Sean, you familiar with that or no? Um, Camelia, you familiar with that problem? The get pivot data dilemma. All right, so you try it, you realize, yeah, not familiar. So I say if you try it, you will realize that your pivot tables, if you try to do formulas outside the pivot table, you're going to get hard-coded references to the inside of the pivot table. So how we deal with that? Let me just delete this, control shift down, delete. Right, is we usually disable get pivot data. So most of the times I go to work by clients that disable the get pivot data is a kind of global is a kind of global setting. Not kind of, it is a global setting. So the next time you disable it, every report they open will have get pivot data disabled. And that wouldn't affect your pivot table per se. It will give you the ability to do regular calculations outside the pivot. Now it's possible for you to build manual calculations. You could say equal to C5 minus B5. So I could have gone here and say equal to C5 minus B5, and that would work, right? Because if I copy this down, that would work, right? But what we could do once we disable get pivot data, so if you was to go in the pivot table, you go pivot table analyze, you go to options where the drop arrow is here. By default, this is ticked, generate get pivot data. You want to tick it and that would untick it. Kind of weird. You want to click on it and that would untick it. So once you do that, you could build your calculations on the outside. You could go to variance, say equal to the profit minus the profit figure here, 2021 minus 2022. And then you could double click on that figure. All right. You all there? So that would allow you to do regular calculations on the outside. The variance percentage would be equal to the variance divided by, would be the base here, which is 2020. So D5 divided by B5. That'll be a variance percentage. Double click the copy down and put a percentage sign. Let me know if you all get that. To format the columns, you could click on a little trick. You could click on 2021 just above where you get that black downward pointing arrow, and I will select the column. You could click on the paintbrush once and click on the word variance, and then repeat that. You could click on the paintbrush once, click on the word variance percentage. So that would format these two columns. You could take the color from here, paintbrush, and apply it here. And then you could select this column going down, change the number format on the home menu to percentage, to probably 1 decimal place. And that will give you a report which would look like your variance, like your pivot table report, those two columns. Let me know if you all get that. If not, let me know. Could repeat it. Basically, yeah, for the formatting, you did the calculations already. All right, so you hover on top of 2021. You'll get, or just above on that cell here, you'll get a black downward pointing arrow. What I said was to click, and I will select all the values going down. Click on your paintbrush, and then click here on your variance cell. Click back on your paintbrush, and then click on variance percentage. And then reformat it as a percentage here to 1 decimal place from your home menu. So I'll give you all a minute to do that. Let me know when you're all ready or if any questions on this one.
Alright.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would anything happen if you
Uh-huh.
engage the same thing that we to be able to manually into the formula and stuff? The get
If we disable get pivot data,
right. If we enable it again at this point, would it do anything?
it shouldn't. If I go back here, because you already created these calculations now. But when you re-enable it, what would happen is you would be able to do the same get pivot data lock cell references to inside the pivot table. Yeah. I disable it because by default, most people would like calculations to be done on the outside of the pivot. Regular calculations. What happened is I was talking to Mr. Excel. Well, there is somebody called that. Name is Bill Jelen. And he was telling me that I was wondering, like, why would anybody ever really use get pivot data? So he was saying, at Microsoft, I think in their finance teams, long time ago, they had a use for it to create where they needed to create reports outside the pivot table in a different format. They would use get pivot data to create locked cell references to the pivot table and to produce the reports they wanted. But that is I haven't really seen in practice. And I mean I've worked with thousands of people. I've not seen anybody use it for anything else in particular. But it is possible to create reports which you might want to look like a pivot table report. You might want it to look like something like more like whatever your organization need or central bank need or whoever it is, more customized reports. Okay. But most people they just work with regular calculations outside, which is what we did here. Now kind of be careful with this because if you really look at it, if I was to really collapse this report, so like if I roll up the report, here the pivot table will roll up, but not the formula is here. You all there? So you should always make sure that the report you want is in the final kind of format before you're building those formulas. I guess if this was the final format report, then this way it would. They have ways even to fix these zeros or whatever. You could use if functions to fix it so that you won't get any div zero errors. You just get blanks if you wanted to write over the formulas.
So to get away from that, we could go directly to the original document.
Sorry.
I said to get away from that, can we just go to the original data table and include the variance and variance percentage?
Yeah, that would be kind of problematic because the original data table, if you really look at it, um, remember it's transactional dates data. Yeah. So it's not like you could really build a variance on this somewhere inside here. You could, however, use like a sum ifs formula to sum the data by month, by region, and build a report, or by sector and build a report. That way, you could do a more formularized kind of report using sum ifs for whatever you want once you have your data table. So sometimes I do that. If it's a very specific format the clients want the report in, I would build it in that format, but I would use formulae. So I would use sum ifs formulas to actually summarize the data to give you the report how you want it. Yeah. The last piece of the question here. Right? Like I said, the question kind of deceptively simple, but they have like a lot of parts to the puzzle. Oh, we didn't even finish the question. They said they wanted you to apply conditional formatting here, right? So because 20% above or below. So um, to do that, you go back to the report. You'll have to select your variance percentage column, right? And then go to conditional formatting menu. Which one we're going to use for this one? Nah, they said to have flag, so you have to use the icon set. But the default icon set is not what we want here. You have to go more rules. You'll have to go more rules and kind of define it out. So they said use a flag, so we could change this. I usually go with these sometimes for reports. I like it on the eyes, but some people go for the flags. We want to use the flags. Now the default when you're using the icon sets is for to look at the bucket the data into percent. So the top 1/3 percent, middle third, and the bottom third. What we need to do is to get the values greater than 20% in green and the values less than minus 20% in red. So to do that, you cannot use percent because this is looking at the percentage of values in the range, bucketing it into thirds, and then allowing you to assign a color. That is not what we want. We want based on the value of the individual numbers here. So you'll have to change the type from percent to number. Because we're interested in the value of the number, not the percentage of values in the range. So it had to be greater than how much here? Anybody? Greater than zero point 0.2, right? That should be in green. You don't want any amber, you don't want any middle of the road value. You want the lower value, you want the higher value. So to get values less than minus 20 here, you have to make this one greater than or equal to minus 0.2. So when you hit tab, here will be less than minus 20%. So minus 0.2 here, 0.2 here. When you set the second value, the third value will default to the lower limit that you're looking for. I'll even it up on the board in case you need to kind of set your values. Yeah, you have a question? Go ahead, what bothering you? The hour, the evening, maybe? Yeah, I know you're tired, so. Well, that's what they ask us for in the case 20%. Values greater than 20% and less than minus 20%. They want green and red flag respectively. But that would have told us in the case, so we had to go with 0.2. Sorry? Yeah, the percent option looking at the values in the range and it dividing it into thirds. The top one third percent is not what we're looking for. We're looking for the value at the number in the cell, not the values in the range if it's in the top one third or bottom one third. That is what percent doing. Splitting the values into thirds and then assigning a color. This one here will allow us, when we look at value by the number, it's looking at the value in the cell and seeing if it meet the criteria, if it's greater than 20% or less than minus 20%. I'm just showing you some of the mistakes people make with these things. So it's important to know now. I'm not asking you all, I'm telling you all from doing management reporting for many, many years. At the intermediate level, you must be aware of these things. So if you click OK, guys, that will color code the cell, right? So you would see everywhere the values met the criteria, they would have had the red and you would have had the green showing up. Remember I told you all how to create a legend below already, right? Oh, that is on you all. You all should know how to create the legend. If not, go back to the video. We're going to move on to the last piece of the question. This one you all should be able to do. They wanted a line chart comparing monthly sales for Trinidad and Jamaica over the entire period. Relax, relax. This man only lifting weights solely. I don't blame you, boy. I am all feeling tired, so I could imagine. All right, so create a line graph comparing monthly sales for Trinidad and Jamaica over the entire period, and they wanted you to put in a trend line for each territory's sales. Y'all think you could do this one? I don't do everything else, so y'all say you should try it. Kevin, boy, I've been hashed towards all you. Last day mean work. This is not one of them kumbaya course. You could come and sit down, eat some food, and yeah, and relax. No, it have work in it actually. All right, see if you all could create the line chart now. This time they want to look at the sales for these two regions, and they want you to put in a trend line for each territory sales. So this one we could do after, but you all could see if you could create the chart. They want monthly sales, huh? That mean over the entire period, and they did say so over the entire period. So for each month, for each year. Savings. Let me know if anybody got out the line chat. After this, we will take like a little 10-minute break. I show you all, and then we'll go for last lap. After that, you all don't have much to do. Some of the things I just gonna show you all, and then the only thing you all had to do is probably macros with me. About half an hour. All right, so this one might be kind of frustrating too, in some sense. So, like to create the chat, what did you all do? Anybody care to share what they did? You'd have had to go insert pivot table, right?
Correct.
All right, that's a good way to start. And you already have half the answer once you do that.
Wait, so you went by region,
Region, right? So what is said by region, right? Okay. And what again you did?
months.
Month would be good. Month should go where?
I put months under the
Columns.
columns.
And go ahead.
And then I took revenue,
Right, where revenue going?
put it under totals columns values.
Right. So if you take revenue, now go in values. What else you put? Anything else or?
And years, because I know it's in the different
Right. So where you put years?
under columns.
You had to put it over months, but in columns, correct?
Correct.
All right, years over months, and that will give you a columnar breakdown by years and months with the values here. Yes.
Right.
What will be the next step? Anybody want to help out? Who is this?
Rachel.
Rachel. Right. Good, Rachel. Anybody want to help Rachel out? What will be the next step? Well, this will be a pivot table, but we need a chart. But let's fix the numbers. The number formatting, we could probably just go to any one number format. We could just go number here, no decimal place, thousand separator. This time I use number, no decimal place, thousand separator. Click OK. And now the next step would be to anybody have an idea?
Select the table and create a chart.
Right, but we had to filter out. Remember they told us it's only Trinidad and Jamaica, right? So obviously we will have to filter out what? Dom rep. Yeah, we're only interested in Trinidad and Jamaica. Now, if you try to create a chart here, the chart would be poor. So you would probably press like Alt and F1, which is what I taught you all. This is the chart you would get. This is a poor chart. The reason why this is a poor chart is because, well, it have a couple reasons. But, right, so we could go to show field list. Whenever you're doing a chart, right, especially where time is involved, the time element should go in the horizontal axis. You all there? And wherever it's slicing by, it should go in the legend area as far as the chart field slices. So region should go here, and years, and then months would go in the axis section. Another point, if you're building a chart, is that this is the wrong type of chart for this data. You should, once you're looking at more than 7 or 8 data points, you want to be using a line chart. I think I would have said so already. So we really need to change the chart type to line. Very good. So we could right click on the chart area, change chart type. We want to change it to a line chart. Click OK. So now you could kind of see the trend over the period. You all there? Well, the trend will be like you have like a correlation, a strong correlation. But here things bad, it dropped. Right from here, it went down all the way to here. But you have a strong correlation in sales between Trinidad and Jamaica. Correct. So whatever happening, it affecting probably the whole region, maybe. So some external thing, maybe I have. Right now, you have war in Ukraine. We had the pandemic. Maybe the war in Ukraine started somewhere here. Oil prices went up, cost went up, profitability went down. So if we reach here, let me know if you all here, or you all need to see my field list, or you all have it already. Call it a back or no? This is it in the case you didn't get what should go where. And well, you should know by right clicking on the chart, you will be able to change it from the change chart type menu to a line chart. The last step here would have been to put in the trend line. So you could right click on maybe Trinidad and say add a trend line. If it was me, I would probably use polynomial. That would give you a smoothed curve type effect. Linear wouldn't really map with the data, gel too well with the data. Moving average would be used with stock and with sales as well, but polynomial would give you that kind of smoothed curve effect here. Similarly, for Jamaica, I would right click on the line and I would add a trend line. Same thing, I would use polynomial for that smoothed curve type effect. So what you all will observe is that there was a fairly close correlation. In fact, for a number of periods, the sales actually overlap on the trend line. There was a fairly close correlation between sales and between Trinidad and Jamaica over the entire period. There's this clear downswing followed by a marginal upswing in the latter periods. Any questions, guys? All right, so what you do, you all want a 10-minute like bathroom break or something? And when we come back, more fun, more excitement, more entertainment as we close off. All right, we have to go into power pivots. I mean, all the time we're doing the baby pivot table, but you all know how to do anything. You just watch on the screen for a few minutes, see how we use power pivots, how they work. And then we're also going to look at cell size charts, and then we have to look at macros. So 3 things. So 10 minutes, we'll start back. Yep. Faria, hi. We now going on a 10-minute break. So after the break, we're going to look at power pivots. I'll show you all that briefly, and then cell size, line charts and column charts, and then macros. So I'm putting up the clock. Guys, I think so. I just make sure. Yeah, the recording taking place. So, um, let us close this off. So we kind of basically finish with the case. I mean, y'all could see how much work it would have taken if there wasn't much questions. But in one question, we did pivot table reporting, and not just any old pivot table. We did pivot tables with grouping and dates. We had filtering. We had um, we had data cleansing in that one. We had to convert stuff to data tables. We had VLOOKUP formulas, and all that was just part one. Part two had segmented pivot table reporting and switching around the fields to get the report that they wanted. Part three had conditional formatting. It had how to deal with the get pivot data problem and how to create manual additions to your pivot table for final reporting. How you need to do that in where certain things would not work. All right. And part four had graphing and charting, and it had trending. You all there? What is the appropriate trend line? It would have been a polynomial trend line. All right. So I think we kind of threw it all that. You all know how to do anything, you could probably just watch on the screen. So this is the part of the course where I talk a little bit about something called Power Pivots in Excel. Anybody familiar with Power Pivots? Anybody familiar with Power Pivots? All right, Norali. All right, so this is an important tool in Excel, right? You see, up to this point in the class, we have been creating these pivot table reports, but they rely on data in one sheet in the file. You all there? So I had like one table and we analyzing the data from that one table. So what if you have data which you need to combine together to create the reports? All right. How do you deal with that? And how do you create the reports? And maybe I have very large data sets, right? Maybe millions of rows of data. How do you combine all of that together and get the reports you want? So that is where we're going to. Let me close this down. Probably close. We'll come back to this. Control and the call upon you file. So using Power Pivots is a free add-in in Excel. You'll see the button I have here. You would get it from the file menu. I think I told you in the beginning. More options. File, more options. Actually, bring them to the Power Pivot menu. So let me go to the file menu, more, and options. It's still bringing me back here. Let me close this file down. That is weird. Well, I'll let you know where it is. I have a couple things on my screen, so it might have been blocking me from going in. But if you go to the file menu, more options, there's a menu inside there called add-ins. And if you go into the add-ins menu, you'll have to go to COM add-ins. You have to change add-ins to COM add-ins. And in there is where you would see Power Pivots. So that's what I did. I enabled Power Pivot. Now you know how to do that. I'm just showing you all it by the way. When you get to the advanced level, then we're doing some of the things like what I'm going to do here with you all. You all there? So with Power Pivots, it allows you to connect to clean data. So if you want to clean your data, normally you use Power Query. And then within Power Query, there's an option to load the data into the data model, which is the model which contains your Power Pivot database. And from there, you would typically pull the report. So your Power Pivots data would lie in cache memory in memory. right, associated with the Excel file. So to call up or to get data into that Power Pivots data model, you would go to the Power Pivot tab and click Manage. And from here, you would be able to connect to different data sources. So like if you go here from other sources, you will see you could connect to SQL data, you could connect to Azure, you could connect, which is cloud-based. You could connect to other analytics platforms, Oracle, Teradata, Sybase, Informix, IBM DB2, right? Most other databases you could connect via generic source links. So you could do a OLEDB or ODBC connection, and you could connect to other Excel files or text files to produce your Power Pivot model. In my case, I just have like a large Access database. So I'm going to select Access, click Next. And we're going to browse to where that file is. So I have it on my desktop here. Click Open. And from here you will see most databases would normally require to log in with a username and a password. You all there? So this is an Access consumer database. We don't have that requirement. So we could just test the connection. It's saying it able to connect to the database. And we're going to click Next. So from Next here, you will see here, it's asking you to select from a list of tables and views to choose the data to import. So you could do it that way. Or if you're an IT person, you could do a query or write the SQL scripts to connect to the database. So we're going to click Next. It's going to show us the tables in the database. And we're going to click what? Source table here. It will pick up all the tables. Now, honestly, if you're connecting to a database, don't do what I just did. You need to select just the one table or the two tables you need to look at to report in. Right? So with Power Pivots, once you have clean data in tabular form, you could select the table and then you could limit what data you bring in. So you avoid what we call latency issues or issues with working with large data sets slowing down, right? So over here, if I select the fact sales table and I click preview and filter, it's actually going to allow me to limit that data, which columns I want for analysis. You all there? So maybe I don't need all these columns. I could untick the columns I don't want. Also, you could limit not only by columns, you could limit by rows. So for example, maybe I'm only interested in sales data for the last 3 months. Well, I could go to the date column and tell it I want to put a date filter last week, that's this week, this month, last month, this quarter, last quarter. Or I could create my own custom filter to pull out the data that I want for analysis. Now, because I know Excel could handle all this, I'm going to bring in all the data here. The big table is this one here called fact sales. All these have a lot less rows. So if I click finish, what it would do, Excel would run like a integration engine to load the data, take the data from the database and do a transform or do a transfer into Excel in memory. So if you look at it here, the big table is actually this one called fact sales. And while I'm talking to already load all the records here, 2.3 million records, it already finished the process. You all seen that? It's a very fast integration engine. All the other tables have a lot less rows. The company probably only sells via 4 channels. In terms of date slicing, you probably only have so many unique dates. Maybe it's a couple years. All right. You have a lot of companies that in this group, you have a lot of products that they sell, maybe. Each row here is like a different product it describing. Within these products, you could break them down into 44 maybe subcategories, and you have details relating subcategories in this subcategory table. And then they had like 28 different promotions you could monitor your different products through. So once this is loaded, you could click close. And what Power Pivot would allow you to do is to click through and look at the different tables. So like this one here, dim channel, you only had 4 channels that you sell through store, online, catalog, and reseller. Dim product would show you all the different products that you sell and the characteristics of each of those products going across the row. So this data is in tabular form, right? The big table is actually this one here called fact sales. This table have over 2.2 million records, nearly 2.3 million. And look how easy it is to kind of scroll through those records. So if I am the top here at row 1 here, look how easy it is to go to row 2,282,000 already at the bottom here. So very fast scrolling through that data set in memory via that what they call X velocity data engine. If you wanted to get a view of the database, how it's structured, you could change the view from data view to diagram view. So if you go to diagram view here, it take a minute, but you will see how the database actually structured in terms of the tables, how they link together. So like here, we have the what they call the key table or the fact table or the details table or the actuals table is here. And this is the table with all the records which we want to analyze. So maybe we want to analyze it based on dates, calendar year, fiscal year, calendar month, calendar quarter, whatever. You have a table analyzing it here called dim date, and there is a key field between the two. So if you look here, the key field between the dim date table and the fact sales table is the date key. You all see that? You have one instance of each date in the table, date key date, and that is linked to many occurrences at the date key date here, one to many. Because you have many here, why? Anybody could say in the fact sales table? You have sales occurring each day, right? And every sale is recorded in this table. So you will have the same date key repeated multiple times, the same date. Whereas here would only have one instance of the date. So the table with one, when you're building reports, will always slice the table with many, right? So this is called the fact table. And this one here, they call it dim is short for dimension. This is a dimension table. They call it a lookup table, right? They call it a filter table as well, right? So many different names to this as well. Same thing with the dim channel. You have one instance of each channel listed here. And obviously in the sales, you would have the channel names appearing multiple times. You have over 2 million records. Every time you do a sale, wouldn't it have an associated channel? So you might find the channel name repeated maybe 500,000 times or 600,000 times. Whereas here, the channel name will only occur once. So when you're building your reports, the dimension table fields would always be either in rows, in columns, or they will be as slicers. You all there? So those are the lookup tables. The fact table would be the data tables or the details tables or um, the table to be analyzed. I'm just giving you some database ideas, but basically with Excel now, I mean, you're creating what they call relational, I won't say relational databases. You could create relational reporting models using Excel, taking data from all kind of different sources. With this here, we just interrogating a pre-existing database and then building the reports. You could also build your own reporting model or data kind of database using Excel now, like what Access used to do. You could do the same things inside Excel, but the data don't have to lie in Excel. They could be anywhere. They could be in a text file. You're joining that with some link to your company database. You could have a dump as some other file type. And then Power Pivots linking to all that and creating reports. To create the reports, you would go to this button here, Pivot Table, and it's going to return the data back into regular Excel. You go new worksheet, click OK. And from here is where you would go and build reports. So for example, maybe I wanted to get a report. I'm just going to show the field list to look at total sales. So instead of looking at one table, you have many tables to look at. So maybe if I want a report of the total sales, I would want to look at the sales amount, right? Maybe we want to break that down by channel. So we go channel and select the channel name. The data table or the fact table would always go in values. The lookup tables will always go rows, columns, and filters or slicers. So the channel name here, and maybe we want to break it down by fiscal year. So to break it down by fiscal year, we could go to the date table and we could probably select fiscal year and move that into columns. And maybe we want to break it down by what? Maybe by product, some type of product classification, maybe manufacturer, right? Or brand, maybe. We could go to the table and break it down by brand name. So very quickly, you're able to use this type of structure to build reports. You all with me? I don't know how you all used this before or no? Alright, this came out in 2010 version of Excel. It was a free add-in in Excel 2010. And then they kind of messed it up in 13. They only made it in certain versions of Excel. Right? So in the professional Pro Plus versions of Excel, they had it from 13 onwards. They didn't have it as a free add-in anymore. And then in 2019, all versions of Excel, including 2019, have it built in by default. All versions, whether it's a student version or a regular user version or whatever, all versions of Excel have it since then, except for the online version. But Office 365 2019 and Office 2021 have it. All right, so, and you could slice and filter and dice the data in your reports. So that's Power Pivot's whole idea about it. When you get to the advanced course, what I usually teach is how to build reporting models or dashboards. How to build a reporting model and how to build a dashboard using these tools. Power Query and Power Pivots to do the data cleansing work. And then Power Pivots to build the reports. And then you had to build calculations and stuff, explicit calculations, sorry. Dragging a field in a report and getting a calculation like here is called an implicit calculation. But people who use Power Pivots, we tend to go with explicit calculations called measures. And that's much more powerful because you could layer other calculations on top of those written out explicit calculations. All right, so that's about as much as I would say on this. Anybody had any questions on Power Pivots? Yes, huh? Yeah, well, actually, I don't know if you know, but Power BI actually came from Excel, you know.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it earlier.
You did Power BI with me. Yeah. All right. So it had I think from your company they had people who did advanced Excel and some of them did both. When they did Power BI, they ended up coming to do advanced Excel too. To compare the two now to see what the features are. Anyway, Power BI, it actually is three products: Power Query, Power Pivots, and up to this year, the start of this year, there was a product in Excel called Power View, which they took out. So Power Query is the data cleansing tool in Power BI. Power Pivots is the relational data modeling tool where it's used to drag and drop and create these data models that you saw where the tables connected and stuff. Power pivots is also where you build calculations for reporting, right? And then you have Power View, which used to be in Excel, but they took it off early this year because that was for free, and those are powerful tools for free in Excel. And Power View was the visualization layer, which is the charts and the graphs and that kind of thing. So all those tools, they actually existed in Excel first, right? And then they monetize it into a product called Power BI, and Power BI is just Power Query, Power Pivots, Power View, and then they enabled cloud-based sharing for that product. So that's basically it. So that's the observation. I guess if you use Power BI, you would be, if you're a heavy Excel user, like that's how I learned the tools. I was using Excel, and then one day I was building a reporting model for a large company on the estate, and they wanted like a reporting model for $7 billion plants, and they wanted to look at operational modeling. So they had all this data all over the plant, and they wanted to analyze that and produce dashboards, operational dashboards. So I helped them with that. But then the head of operations, he said, well, even if I was brushing my teeth at home, I wanted to be able to see what the reporting on the plant was like. So I mean, for that, when I really thought about it, you needed a web-based tool for that. So turned out that Power BI had just come out, and I had used that to do some of the dashboarding. I did in Excel first though, and then from Excel you could migrate the models into Power BI. There is a button to press. You could publish it into Power BI. So, but the tools is more or less the same. In fact, everything that people do with Power BI could do it in Excel, but Power BI might look a little more polished for some of the reports. Or I'll spend more time to make it look more polished, the Excel ones. Anybody, any questions again? All right, go ahead. Yeah, Kimberly. If Yeah, I usually build the calculations in Power Pivots using something called measures. So that is infinitely more powerful than the limited things you could do in the calculated field. So even those like variance calculations, you could have probably build that in Power Pivots, where the dates, the years was all in one column. You could use Power Pivots to build measure type formulas with dates. Yeah, this is much more powerful than what you would do in regular Excel. One Power Pivot formula, no joke, could replace over 1 million Excel formulas. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. That's good talk. All right, so let's move on to something else. We want to just take a quick look at sparklines. You all familiar with sparklines? Sparklines are cell size charts. So, I mean, you all could read 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're going to go to 15. I'll show you an example. Uh, So on sheet 14 here, if you look at sparkline examples, it's going to widen the rows. So we want to create a cell size chart to show sales from Monday to Sunday. So if we on L9, you want to insert the chart, we go to the insert menu and you will see line. Here in the sparkline section, we're going to see line. It's going to ask you to pick up the data range, right? So you'll want to highlight from here to here. So that'll be like D9 across to J9. You all there? D9 across to J9. The location range, well, you are already in the cell where you wanted it. Remember, you're not picking up the total in K9, but we're not picking that up. We're picking up the individual days of the week. We want to look at the trend in the sales. So D9 to J9. You put in the chart in L9, which is the cell that we're currently in. Yeah? If you click OK, it will generate a cell size chart. Is it here? Now, they didn't build it intuitive. Like you could put in markers in it here. So once you're in the object, you will see the sparkline menu. You want to tick markers. And you want to drag that down. If you double click, it's not going to go down. They didn't build the object that way. You'll have to actually drag it down. So that will give you a cell size line chart. Now, honestly, it's not looking all that good if you ask me. So it's not shooting out to me what the key trend is over the period, over the week. So what could you do? You could probably change the chart to a column chart. To change a spark line to a column chart, you would go here to the spark line menu. You will see line here. You want to go to column, which is the second chart here. You would choose column. And then you could probably choose like high point. Choose high point. So this kind of clearly shooting out to me which day of the week the highest level of sales was. You all seen that? Which day of the week? Well, obviously it would have been Monday, guys. Right? Except Tuesday was slightly higher on one occasion, and then Monday tie with Tuesday. Now, one of the pitfalls with this is that they don't really have like a data labeling for over here. So if it was me, I would have put something like the trend. So over here, I would have put M Monday, capital M, U for Tuesday, W for Wednesday, TH for Tuesday, F for Friday, SA for Saturday, and SU for Sunday. You might need to kind of push it back a little bit. Right, and that would give you a better lineup here for the days of the week. Because these not gonna change, right? Monday to Sunday. You could clearly see most of the sales happened on Monday. Guys, one data visualization technique you need to be aware of. You'll see the write-up on your right how to create it. But when you go to the solution files, everything there for you to look at, take a look at it and follow the steps to do it.